Episode 1, Stepping into Traffic.
Miss Moore, we're very sorry, but we can't save him without money.
No, please wait. Doctor, please. But the doctor had already cut off the call from the other end of the line. Hailey Moore's red, cherry-like lips were trembling in fear, and she stopped, her body frozen, in the middle of the road. Her mind went blank as tears fell like rain down her face. The final weak light of hope she had been clinging to, now extinguished. Life went out of her beautiful diamond-like eyes. The universe, as always, was being too cruel. Hailey's sweet little 11-year-old brother, Owen, was dying. He needed a bone marrow transplant, but Hailey had failed to find enough money for the treatment. She had already sold everything they had, and the only thing left was her. She was just an ordinary young woman, but her beauty was beyond compare. She had been scouted by numerous talent agencies, all offering her lavish deals, but she had declined them all. She had been mocked for wasting her beauty. People said that she was like a lost diamond, wasting her life among dirt and rubble. People called her crazy for turning down the incredible opportunities she had been offered. But they didn't know how much she hated the entertainment industry. It was nothing but a living nightmare that had ruined her entire family. Her hate had never subsided, and she had always sworn that she would sell herself before she would willingly fall into the same hellhole that had been responsible for her family's death. A car approached her, its horn blasting, but her mind refused to work. All she could think about was that she needed someone to help her save her brother. She would throw herself at God's mercy if it meant Owen, her only remaining family, could be saved. An expensive car stopped less than 3 feet away from her. The car's door opened, but Hailey was still staring at her phone.
Hey, what are you thinking? Do you need money that much that you'd get yourself hit by traffic just to sue a driver? Is that it, huh?
The gruff voice reached her consciousness, and she blankly turned her face to see a tall man who looked like a bodyguard in front of her. He was angry, but his eyes widened slightly when he saw her face. He was shocked to see her crying so hard. She looked like the world had just ended. She had dark circles under her eyes, but her beauty was impossible to deny. She was almost too beautiful to be real.
Yes, I need money.
Her voice was hoarse, but her half-conscious mind still managed to get the words out. Deep within her, she knew that she had no reason to live without her brother.
Are you single?
He brazenly asked. Chills went down her spine, and his words brought her fully back to reality. As she processed the possible implications of what he had said, her tears started anew. She clenched her fists tightly. But what's my dignity worth if I lose my only reason to live? What kind of life would I have without Owen? She bit her lip and then met the tall man's serious eyes bravely, like a warrior. Yes. Episode 2, The Offer. When the man heard Hailey's answer, he pulled out his phone, turned his back to her, and made a call. When he was done, he turned to face her again.
I have a way through which you can earn all the money you'll need. But it's unconventional, and you will have to confirm you're willing to do whatever is needed before anything proceeds further. The deal will require you to get married.
He headed back to the car and opened the passenger door, but Hailey didn't move.
What? You're not interested?
No, I am, but I'm running out of time. My brother is dying. He needs surgery right away. If I delay any more, he might not make it. The light of hope flickered inside her, but she was desperate to save Owen, and she would fight, no matter how faint the light was.
You're asking for what you want up front? How do I know you won't just take it and run?
The man glared at her. He was very intimidating looking, but she wasn't afraid of anything anymore, except losing Owen. I'm a woman of my word, she said, her eyes coming alive. The man could sense the warrior within her. At first, he had thought she was just a beautiful woman, but now he had the sense that she had survived a lot. Despite looking weak, he could see a strength in her. This was the kind of woman he had been searching for.
Fine, as you wish.
His hard face softened in agreement. He quickly reached inside the car and pulled out a white folder.
Here, this is the contract. If you're willing to abide by it, then sign it, and half the money will be transferred right now,
the man said as he passed the papers to Hailey for her to look over. She scanned them quickly and was surprised that the line indicating the amount she would be paid was empty.
As you can see, the amount has been left blank. It's up to you to decide how much you want to ask for, he said, his tone professional and serious.
She could hardly believe it, but she had no time to waste. She was ready for whatever lay ahead. She knew how absurd what she was doing was. She knew this offer was too good to be true, yet she didn't hesitate. She didn't stop to read the conditions of the agreement. I'll sign.
Huh? But you haven't even read...
It's fine, she said, cutting him off. I'll read it later. I need to save my brother first. Pen, please. The tall man frowned in disbelief. He didn't see any hesitation on her sad face. Her eyes were filled with determination, and she looked like she was ready to fight, even if she had to be dragged through hell again.
I'm warning you, this isn't a game, the man said hesitantly before passing her the pen.
But she quickly snatched it from his hand. She placed the papers on the hood of the car, which was still stopped in the middle of the road. Right there, in broad daylight, as other traffic drove past them, she signed the contract, her heart and soul burning like they were on fire. As she passed the folder back to the man, a mysterious smile stretched across her face. Her emotions were in turmoil. Pain and relief merged, making her chest ache. She felt the world pushing down on her and knew her life had been irrevocably changed. Somehow, she knew that nothing would ever be the same again. Episode 3. A Wedding for One. 5 days later, Hailey was traveling in a luxurious car, heading towards God knows where. Her brother was finally out of the woods. He had been recovering in the hospital when she had left him. She had broken down in tears when the doctors had assured her that he was now stable and safe. She had felt like a huge, painful thorn had been removed from her chest, and she could now breathe again. The day she had signed the contract, she had been stunned by how fast things had moved. Her brother had been immediately transferred to the state's top hospital, and he had been treated like royalty. His room looked more like a presidential suite at a luxury hotel than a hospital room. Hailey had asked them to save his life, but she had not expected this level of care and attention. She had not been excluded from the special treatment either. But she had shown little interest in the extravagance that had been showered upon her. She had passed caring about anything else but her brother's health and safety. After her brother's successful surgery, Hailey had been brought to an empty church for her wedding. The church had been decorated with white flowers, transforming it into a magical spectacle. Every corner had been adorned with lavish and expensive materials. Her dress had been nothing like a traditional wedding gown, but an evening gown, light as a feather and studded with real gems. Her long, straight black hair cascaded gracefully down her back like a silk waterfall. Everything she had worn, everything she had seen, had felt unreal. She had looked like a princess in a fairy tale, breathtakingly beautiful and pure. But the magical church had been empty, and she had been alone. The wedding contract had already been signed by a nameless someone. There had been no printed name written before the signature. And yet, she had been strangely calm throughout the whole process. Guards had been stationed outside, so no one could see her. She had stared at her soon-to-be husband's signature for a long time before opening the white folder that she had brought with her. It contained the contract she had signed in the middle of the road without even having read it. There had been no groom or priest in the church, so she had read through the contract out loud, from start to finish. The contents had not been funny, but reading through the papers had almost made her laugh. It had felt like some kind of weird joke to her, almost like some sort of top-secret government report. The terms of the contract stated that she would be heading to her husband's mansion 5 days after signing it. She would marry and bear a child, but she would have to give up all parental rights as soon as it was born. Nothing was written about what would happen beyond that. Basically, her only mission was to give her husband a child. However, There were also some specific rules written into the contract, and they were even more strange than what she had already read, especially the last one. Rule number 4, you are not allowed to see your husband's face. She had been rendered speechless by this, having no idea how to react. But eventually, she found the most important note, written on the last page. It stated that if she broke any of the rules, the contract would be automatically terminated, and she would suffer severe consequences. Her mind had been filled with even more questions than before, along with an increased sense of uneasiness and bitterness. She felt that she was no longer the woman she had been just a few months before. She knew that she had let herself get into this situation feeling like it was her only choice. But now, she was completely preoccupied with what was waiting for her. But still, after a few long minutes of reflection, she had signed the marriage certificate. She understood that it had been foolish to even think about backing out. Looking at her signature on the agreement, she had been forced to acknowledge that she had married a man she had yet to meet, and that she may never actually see his face. Episode 4, Green and Gray.
We're here, miss.
Hailey's driver said as someone opened the car door for her. She climbed out looking like a princess, dressed all in white. She looked around and was amazed by how beautiful the place was. A gray mansion stood in a large garden, but as she took in the fresh green landscape, something seemed off to her. She looked around again and frowned when she realized what was wrong. There were only 2 colors on the entire property, green and gray. There weren't even any flowering plants to be seen. Hailey was mystified, but before she could wonder about it for too long, she saw the bodyguard, who she now knew was called Tyler Clark, approaching her, accompanied by a dignified-looking old man in his 70s. She focused her attention on the 2 of them.
Miss, please allow me to introduce the butler. This is Mr. Fred Green. You can ask him for whatever you need.
A butler? Hailey wasn't sure how to react, so she reached out to shake his hand as a sign of respect to the older gentleman. But as she did so, the 2 men's eyes both widened in surprise.
No, please don't do that, miss. The precious wife of our employer shouldn't greet me, a mere butler, that way.
The old man looked apologetic, and Hailey didn't know whether she should laugh or cry.
By the way, miss, your husband will be here soon, Tyler told her, before instructing Fred to take her on a tour of the house in the meantime.
She still looked calm, but a great wave of nerves had washed over her when she had heard her husband was coming. She was utterly distracted from then on, just thinking about her husband, her mind wandering the entire time Fred was showing her around. Why doesn't he want me to see his face? Why won't they tell me anything about him? I don't even know his name. She had been so busy turning these questions over in her head that it took her a moment to realize Fred had led her all the way around and back to the large, luxurious, yet dull-looking living room where they had started the tour.
Okay, miss, that's the whole house. I'm going to get back to work.
Wait, she interrupted him. Where are you going? You're going to leave me here alone? He chuckled kindly.
Please don't worry, young miss. In this house, there is always someone to help with whatever you need, just a few steps away. You can always call us if you need something. Besides, your husband is almost here, so I need to leave now.
Fred gave her a warm smile before heading off to get back to his work. She was left alone in the wide, silent, and dull living room. She looked around at the bleak space. Not a single photo was hanging on the spacious walls, nor were there flowers on top of the empty tables. She felt nothing but emptiness in this luxurious gray house. The sad, empty feeling was so strong that she wrapped her arms around herself in an attempt at comfort and stared at the silver chandelier hanging above her head.
Are you cold?
A man's deep voice suddenly echoed through the room, freezing her to the spot. She broke out in goosebumps at the sound. She could hear footsteps approaching her, so she forced herself to turn around and face him. "No, I'm just..." She couldn't continue speaking. She was tongue-tied upon seeing the man in front of her. Masked? She tried to comprehend. Her eyes almost bulged out of her head in shock. A tall man in a black tailored suit that perfectly accentuated his faultless body was standing in front of her, wearing a black mask that covered the upper half of his face. Her mouth hung open slightly as she stared at him, whose whole face she couldn't even see. Still looked so handsome. Even though she could only see his lips and jawline, she was charmed just by his seemingly hidden, ethereal beauty. He looked like a gorgeous and mysteriously masked prince at a masquerade ball intended only for demigods. Who are you? She forced herself to ask. Your husband, the man replied. The two-word reply in that same deep, sexy voice was enough to cause chaos inside her body. Her emotions had gone wild, and she didn't know what she was feeling. Episode 5, Reduced to Stuttering. A long silence filled the large room as two people, one angel-like and one devil-like, stood motionless, staring at each other. The masked man stood with his hand in his pocket, casually observing the vision of beauty in front of him. On the other hand, Hailey felt like she was a little white mouse waiting for her fated death at the hand of the big, dark beast in front of her. She felt like he was looking through to her soul, as if the gods had bestowed upon him the power to uncover her deepest secrets. Scared? The man's single word was akin to a firework, startling her and making her heart beat wildly as she took in his magical beauty. Huh? No. Well, yes, I am. Her knees were weak. His presence sucked all the energy from her. He was scary, and she didn't dare lie to him. His mysteriously dark and icy demeanor almost made it feel like he was a monster disguised as a beautiful man. But right after she said those words, her eyes widened when the man raised his hand to the nape of his neck. He sighed as if he had expected that response from her. Regretting your decision now? No. Want to go back home? No. She didn't hesitate to answer the man's questions. She felt as if he was testing her, and the wrong answer might prove fatal. So, you're scared, but you still want to stay? Yes, she said, keeping her voice steady and confident. The man put his hand back in his pocket. Her last answer was enough to convince him that she wasn't so bad after all. Her eyes burned with determination and a wild, fighting spirit, in stark contrast to how she looked. He could tell with one glance that she wasn't a weakling. There was something unfathomable within her fragile-looking body. Good. He seemed somewhat satisfied, and he started removing his suit jacket. On the other hand, she quietly breathed in deeply, then looked straight at his masked eyes. What's your name? Brad. Brad what? Just call me Brad. The man's words were firm, indicating that he wouldn't say any more than what he already had. His voice was filled with authority, like some heartless ruler from an ancient world. His words seemed so absolute that she wondered what this monster would do to her, if she ever went against him. She wondered why the hell he was hiding his face and identity this much, to the point of wearing a mask inside his own home. But she knew this wasn't the right time to ask for the reasons. The contract states that I'm not allowed to see your face. But what if I accidentally see you? I mean, just in case. Yes, accidentally. An accident? That won't happen. She was speechless. How can he be so sure? Does he see himself as some kind of god? But how about at night? Are you going to sleep wearing your mask? She felt like her questions sounded somewhat stupid and probably amusing to him, but the man didn't reply. Instead, he quietly slipped his hand into his pocket and took something from it. He held his hand out to her. Hailey stared at the red cloth in his hand, confused. You'll wear this every time we're in bed. Her mouth hung open when she realized what it was. It was a red blindfold. Wait, what? Seriously? I'm going to sleep blindfolded from now on? Are you kidding me? This is insane. She couldn't believe what he had said. She didn't know how to react. She was completely out of words. She might have already kicked him in the balls for saying such absurd things. But he was him. She knew at first glance that he was nothing compared to all the men she had met before. She could sense that he was the definition of the word danger, and his words were nothing less than absolute orders. Episode 6, Roses. Roses everywhere. Hey, Brad, what the hell are all these? A loud voice broke the silence in the house. Hailey glanced at the entrance where the voice was coming from. When she saw who was there, she did a double take. Another tall, handsome young man stood at the entrance with a bouquet of red roses in his hands. There were so many roses that he was having trouble holding them, and some had fallen to the floor. His irritated face softened as soon as he saw Hailey. His eyes sparkled with joy, and he flashed a sweet smile. His tousled brown hair and handsome face gave him the appearance of a teen idol in a boy band. "Hi, ma'am," he exclaimed with excitement as he approached, roses dropping onto the floor as he walked. Hailey hadn't even responded when another loud voice called out, "Hey, what the hell are all these?" Another man appeared in the entrance with an identical bouquet in his hands. The other two men ignored the newcomer, who halted and stopped talking when he saw her. "Anyway, I'm Alan. I'm your husband's friend," the young man who looked like a teen idol said with the same sweet smile. "Nice to meet you. I'm Hailey." Hailey greeted him politely with a smile that made him blush. He was surprised by how beautiful she was in person. Beautiful wasn't a strong enough word for her. These? Alan noticed that Hailey was looking at the roses he was holding, and he turned to the quiet masked man beside him. "Why are there so many?" Alan asked him softly. "You said she would like them," Brad replied blankly as he loosened his tie. Then he quietly walked to the stairs and left. Alan and Hailey watched silently until he had disappeared from their sight. Not this many, though, Alan thought. He felt like a troubled father trying to understand his son's behavior. He dropped the bouquet to the floor, which surprised Hailey. She knew that the roses were very expensive. "What should we do with all these? He bought too many. There's still a truck full of red roses outside." Alan laughed, and Hailey closed her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Imagining Brad, her scary masked husband, buying her a truckload of roses eased her fear. She was glad that he was at least trying to give her something he thought she would like. The gesture also piqued her curiosity, and she wanted to know more about her mysterious husband. Hailey showered and retired to the spacious primary bedroom where she had placed one of the bouquets in a vase. Alan had told her that Brad would be in his study and warned her that disturbing him would be unwise. She stretched out on the bed, dressed in an oversized blue t-shirt that had a skull printed on it and a pair of knee-length shorts. She had her red blindfold in her hands. Her long black hair was tied in a bun, and her skin was glowing. Feeling nervous and uncomfortable, she quietly stared at the ceiling. Along with Hailey herself, the roses and the blindfold provided the only color in the dark bedroom. "What makes you think you can seduce me dressed like that?" a voice called to her. Hailey sat up when she heard Brad, her heart pounding. He stood in the doorway, looking like royalty despite his mask and black pajamas. Seduce? Hailey didn't understand. Why would I seduce him? He can do whatever he wants with me. Or is he not attracted to me? She wondered. Brad took a few long strides toward her, but stopped halfway across the room. The red roses caught his attention for a moment, and then he looked back at Hailey, who was sitting upright on the bed. He casually sat down beside her, unaware of her torment. She was incredibly nervous, but managed to appear calm. "Did Tyler tell you about me?" "Tyler?" "Mr. Clark." Hailey shook her head as she stared nervously at the man beside her. Brad turned to face her. "There's a small problem." Episode 7. Are you sure? Hailey's heart beat even faster. It was only her first night with her mysterious husband, and there was already a problem. She turned her worried face toward him. "A problem?" "Yes. It's about me," he answered. Hailey felt relieved. At least I'm not the problem. What's he talking about? She wondered. She exhaled, and her anxiety subsided. Her heartbeat slowed to a more normal rate. "Hailey, do you fully understand your job as my wife?" Being referred to as his wife flustered her. "Yes, sir, of course." Hailey cringed when she realized how she had addressed him. Brad didn't seem bothered at all, though.
Good.
Then what's the problem? She asked cautiously.
Women don't arouse me.
A moment of deafening silence followed his statement. Hailey blinked and then her eyes widened. What? Wait, you're gay? His masked face, which had seemed calm just a moment ago, blazed like an ice-cold fire at her words. His anger chilled the room. She instinctively inched away from him, pulling the blanket around her. She felt like she had awakened a sleeping monster that was about to lash out at her. Even though she couldn't see his face, the change in his demeanor gave her goosebumps. After a few uncomfortable moments, she realized that if she had awakened a monster, it wasn't doing anything. She peeked out from under the blanket like a scared cat, hoping to read Brad's expression under the mask. His anger seemed to be dissipating, but her nervous sweat persisted. No. His voice, as cold as ice, made her shiver. His reply was as firm and as absolute as always. Are you sure? Once again, Hailey cringed at her own words. She wanted to tape her mouth shut. She was still scared, and she worried that blurting things out would just make her situation worse. To her surprise, Brad still seemed unbothered.
I'm sure. Men are out of the question.
Then why?
I have no interest in women.
There was no doubt or hesitation in his answer. He sounded certain of himself. Still, Hailey's curiosity was stronger than her fear, so she kept talking. Really? What about men? I mean romantically. You're not interested at all? Hailey's curiosity quickly succumbed to fear when Brad didn't immediately reply. Brad was impressed. Hailey was the first woman who had dared to talk to him this way, even though she had just met him a few hours earlier. He could tell how stubborn and curious she was by the way she kept talking despite her obvious fear. Even more surprising to him was how such a fragile creature was getting him to answer her ridiculous questions.
I have no interest in men either.
His voice was firm again, indicating that he had grown tired of the topic. But his reply lessened Hailey's fear, so she kept going. So basically, you're not interested in either men or women.
Correct.
Hailey slowly covered her mouth in surprise. Is he seriously not interested in anyone? He has no interest in humans? Is he really a monster? Or maybe he's interested in witches or fairies, she thought. Her ideas were getting ridiculous, and she knew that he was a man of few words. But since he was still responding, she kept asking questions. Then why did you marry me?
I need a child.
His response hit her like a bolt of lightning. She knew what she had agreed to, and she wouldn't go back on their agreement. Still, she couldn't imagine herself bearing a child and becoming a mother. She was physically capable, but she just didn't think she was ready for it. But how can that happen if you... She began.
That's why you need to seduce me.
Episode 8. A Soft Glance.
That's why you need to seduce me. Seduce me.
Hailey repeated Brad's words to herself. They echoed in her mind, numbing it and leaving her speechless. She had already accepted that she would give herself to him, but she had not expected that she would have to be the one to make the first move. Hailey felt scared and bewildered. She had agreed to an affectionless marriage with a complete stranger. She had just enough resolve to go to bed with him. There was none left for the new challenge he had presented her with. She had no experience with relationships, as she had never been in one before, and had no idea how they worked. A stream of questions flowed through her mind. What if I fail? What if I can't seduce him? What if he hurts Owen? She wondered. Hailey considered herself strong and confident, and she was sure that she could do almost anything he asked of her. But she had no idea how to do what he had just asked. Climbing Mount Everest seemed like an easier task than seducing a man who had just told her that he had never been aroused by anyone. How can I make someone who's not interested in humans want me? She thought. The only way for her to ease some of her worries was to keep talking. She turned to Brad again. If you need someone to seduce you, why didn't you find someone more experienced? She asked. Tyler had asked her if she was single that day in the middle of the road, but he hadn't asked if she had any experience. Wouldn't that have been something they would have been looking for?
I already tried that. Experience has nothing to do with it.
Hailey bit her lip. If experienced women couldn't do it, then how can I? She wondered. Why don't you just... I heard there were drugs, or that thing called in vitro, IVF. Before she could finish her sentence, Hailey once again found herself grabbing the blanket and throwing it over herself as quickly as she could. Her words had touched a nerve, and Brad's anger flared through his mask. His icy cold glare made the room feel 10 times colder than it had felt just a few minutes earlier. Hailey shuddered in fear, expecting the return of the monster that she had awakened. She sensed that Brad could be truly dangerous. She had never been as scared of anyone as she was of him at that moment. Meanwhile, Brad noticed that even though the woman sitting beside him was trembling in fear again, she forced herself to keep talking. "Sorry," she said. Her voice was soft and hoarse, but Brad found it calming.
"Do you really want me to put you through that?" he asked.
The cold simplicity of the question made Hailey consider the idea more carefully. She shuddered just thinking about what that kind of procedure would entail. She felt relieved that Brad, despite his volatile temper and mysteriousness, sounded like he hadn't even considered asking her to do it. "I'm so sorry. Forget I said it. I'll try my best to seduce you."
"Good. And don't ever mention IVF again."
Hailey could sense his disapproval and hatred of in vitro fertilization. The words themselves seemed taboo. While she didn't want to go through the tests, hormone injections, and examinations, she didn't understand why he would feel so strongly against it. She imagined that his reasons were complex. "Could I have some time to prepare? Maybe a day?" Hailey didn't finish her sentence. She was already lost in her thoughts. She wasn't the kind of woman who would go into battle unarmed, and she needed time to research the art of seduction. "I'm going abroad tomorrow. You can take all the time you need. Let me warn you, though, not to even think about breaking the rules while I'm gone." Brad glared at her through his mask. His words suggested that he already knew what she wanted to do. He took the blindfold from her hand and carefully wrapped it around her eyes. She tensed up, but did not resist. Brad stared at his blindfolded wife. He had no words to describe her.
"Get some sleep," he said as he removed his black mask.
Hailey couldn't see him as he untied it, but she heard it land on the table beside him. "Good night," she said, but he didn't reply. He just lay down quietly, so Hailey did the same. Brad woke up after midnight. His wife's normally soft arm was wrapped around his neck in a stranglehold. Her slow, deep breathing told him that she was fast asleep. He removed her arm and sat up. He turned on the light and looked at her. She was sprawled gracelessly across the bed, her limbs reaching all four corners as though she wanted to claim it as her own personal territory. The blindfold was useless. It had slipped off her eyes and fallen to her neck. Brad hadn't expected such a fragile woman to be so wild in her sleep. He hadn't been able to sleep with all her tossing and turning. His eyes sparkled mysteriously as he thought about what a strange creature she was. Even while she was fast asleep without a care in the world, she had still managed to cause trouble by kicking him out of his own bed. His gaze softened. He wasn't angry. His tolerance of her strange behavior surprised him. He had never felt such tolerance before. Episode 9. A Table for One. Brad was up at dawn. He sat alone in a dark, quiet room, holding his mask as he observed the moon through a large window. He had the rigid posture of a prince.
"So, how was your first night with her?" The voice behind him broke the silence. "Disastrous."
The man laughed. Brad's one-word description of his first night with his wife amused him. As he approached, the moonlight revealed his face. Brad saw his bodyguard, the one Hailey knew as Mr. Clark. The moment Brad saw his face, his gaze turned deadly.
Yeah, I'm taking it off now."
The man ran his fingers along his neck. After a few seconds, he peeled something off his face. With his mask removed, the man who looked like a soldier now had a breathtakingly handsome face that was as pale as snow. Anyone who saw his complexion and features might mistake him for a vampire prince.
This mask is so convincing that she actually called me Mr. Clark, he sighed, while looking at the mask in his hand. So, how is she? Did you talk to her? She's strange. She asked if I was gay. Seriously? She said that? Wait, you didn't hurt her because of that, did you? Strangely enough, I couldn't stay angry at her. Brad's answer rendered his companion speechless, but in a good way. He looked pleased and proud of himself. Tyler, why did you choose her? Well, because of her looks, of course. I figured you would like her. Tyler's answer was an obvious lie. Brad could tell that his friend didn't want to tell him the truth. He knew that Tyler would never hide anything from him without a serious reason. If you lie to me the next time I ask you that, you'll pay. Brad's voice was icy cold and heartless, but Tyler still smiled mischievously as if he had expected that response. Yeah, I'll tell you when the time is right. Brad was already gone when Hailey woke up. The young men she had met the previous day, Alan and Leo, were also gone, along with the bodyguard she knew as Mr. Clark. All traces of them had vanished. Hailey was mystified. She couldn't believe that she had slept so soundly and comfortably in the same bed as her cold and mysterious husband. She had expected to start the day feeling sleep-deprived, since she had always had trouble sleeping in unfamiliar places, much less sharing a bed with a strange man she had just met. But the opposite had happened. Was I really that exhausted? She wondered. Everything about Brad intrigued her, but she tried not to show her curiosity. Ma'am, your husband left this for you. Mr. Green seemed to be the only person left in the huge gray mansion. Hailey stared at the sleek black card in his hand. She slowly took it with her brows knitted. What is it? She asked. You can use it for your personal expenses, ma'am. You can buy anything you want with it. The old man's face was bright as he smiled pleasantly at her. Thank you, but where is he? I mean, where's Brad? I'm sorry, but he left hours ago. Hailey pursed her lips upon hearing of Brad's departure. When will he come back? I'm afraid I can't say. I don't know where he went or when he'll return. Mr. Green's apologetic tone made Hailey feel awkward. Outwardly, though, she showed no signs of discomfort. Okay, no problem, she said lightly. The butler was visibly relieved. He led her to a large dining table covered with delicacies suitable for a princess. She stared in shock as she sat alone at the table. Mr. Green and a maid stood in a corner motionless. Hailey invited them to eat breakfast with her, but her attempts were futile. Saddened, she ate by herself, feeling like she was alone in the world. Episode 10, Gaze and Smile. Later that day, she left the mansion, carrying a notebook and an overnight bag with her. Mr. Green, concerned for her well-being, wouldn't let her leave on her own, so despite her protests, she was escorted to the hospital. She spent the afternoon with Owen, who was still recovering, and then went to the home of her best friend from high school. Amy was a die-hard fan of romance novels, romantic movies, and anything else related to romance. She hoped to become a successful romance author. Since Hailey had not had much dating experience in high school, she figured Amy was the best person to turn to for help. She desperately needed advice to help her seduce Brad. She wrote notes in her notebook as she and Amy talked. The next few days went by in a flash, but Brad didn't return. Hailey's notebook was full of notes from the 3 nights she had spent at Amy's house. Unfortunately, Amy had travel plans and had to leave. Hailey, whose only other companion was in the hospital, decided to spend her time reading and researching anything she could find about the art of flirtation and seduction. A week later, the mansion was in chaos. Mr. Green couldn't control its newest resident, who he thought of as a wild princess. He had told Hailey that Brad's trips abroad usually lasted a long time. The shortest trip that Brad had taken had lasted a month. Hailey had been shocked, but also pleased. She would have plenty of time to prepare for the challenge that awaited her when he returned. In addition to her main task of learning about seduction, she had other plans. She had approached Mr. Green and insisted on making some changes to the mansion's garden.
She had mentioned adding more color to break up the monotony. She wanted to turn the dark, chilly grounds into something more romantic that would be a perfect setting for future dates. Although Mr. Green and the maids liked her idea, they were shocked that she wanted to do it herself. But they couldn't change her mind. Their new boss was so stubborn that they had to go along with her plan. Hailey stepped outside under a bright, sunny sky. It had been 7 days since her return from Amy's house, and she felt that it was time to get started in the garden. She dug several holes and was just about to plant a flower in one of them when the sky suddenly darkened. She looked up and was shocked to see that Brad had appeared. Everyone tensed up. Brad's staff was worried that they had been caught red-handed making Hailey work while they stayed clean and tidy. She looked like a dethroned princess who had turned into a messy but beautiful gardener. Hailey stood quietly, waiting for Brad to scold her like a drill sergeant might scold a soldier. She was wearing another oversized printed t-shirt paired with black jogging pants, both of which were covered in dirt. Her hair was tied in a messy bun, and her face and neck were wet with sweat, indicating to Brad that she had been working under the sun for quite some time. However, Brad didn't say a word. His gaze skimmed past the garden and his staff and rested on the quiet woman standing before him. He noticed that her hands were as dirty as her clothes. I'm just planting some things in the garden, she said, smiling pleasantly at him. Welcome back. Hailey stared at the masked man in front of her, and without even thinking about how she looked, she jumped into what she called her mission mode. She remembered the first thing she had written in her notebook. Step 1 in the art of seduction was to gaze and smile. Amy had told her that a gaze could be so powerful that it could melt even the thickest wall between a woman and her target. She had also said that a dazzling smile was effortlessly sexy and could melt even the coldest heart. Therefore, Hailey put all her energy into maintaining eye contact with Brad as she flashed the most charming smile that she could muster. She summoned what Amy had said was her flirtatious nature. But something was wrong. Brad's mask was in the way. It was a distracting obstruction that hid his reaction. She needed to follow her plan at all costs, so she kept gazing and smiling. Who knows? Maybe it's working, she thought. Brad, who had been observing Hailey's expressions, noticed her warm smile and the intense energy in her eyes. He was momentarily baffled. He could tell that she was up to something, and that realization pleased him. Episode 11, The Art of Conversation. Hailey's plan A was to go back to the very beginning and start with the basics. She had chosen this path simply because she needed to test the water and tread carefully. Brad was a completely unknown entity, and he was as cold as ice. She needed to execute her plan with care to have any chance of softening that glacial exterior. Otherwise, she might fall flat on her face before she even had an opportunity to get her plan off the ground. She needed to proceed cautiously and get his attention first. She understood she would have to court him, charm him, and seduce him, all to persuade him to desire her. She gave some thought to the women that had gone before her and failed. She had no doubt that they had tried their absolute best, but to no avail. Her decision to go back to the beginning was her attempt to try everything to achieve her goal and leave no stone unturned. She decided to call Plan A Courtship After Marriage. Hailey and Brad were eating quietly together in the large dining room. Hailey was actually silently brainstorming, trying to figure out what her next move would be. Although just the second step in her plan, she felt it was so much more difficult. Well, actually, she thought, it's not such a difficult step in normal circumstances, but with Brad, everything seems 10 times harder. The second step was to initiate conversation. Amy had emphasized, and Hailey understood, but striking up a meaningful dialogue with Brad was easier said than done. She needed to create an opening that encouraged him to open up to her and make a connection, while remaining on high alert for any conversational landmines that might explode in her face, sending her straight back to square one. She had done her research. The problem was that the usual opening lines and questions all revolved around flirty subjects. She had read many examples of conversation starters in magazines, but none of them had seemed appropriate. How would she ask him what he liked best about her when he didn't know her? Or worse, ask him what his ideal type of woman or biggest turn-on was when he had made it clear that he wasn't interested in women, or men for that matter. And any questions about sex would be non-starters. How could she question him about preferences when he had made it clear he didn't know? Indeed, he had already made it clear that it was her mission to find out what he liked. What should have been a relatively simple step in ordinary circumstances was a headache for her, because these were anything but ordinary circumstances. Asking the man sitting across the table from her any question was taxing, requiring her to summon up huge amounts of both energy and courage. But Hailey was nothing if not determined. This was her next step, so she would simply start where she had decided to start, at the beginning. Can I ask you something? She began tentatively. Speak, he replied without bothering to look up. What's your favorite food? She asked. I don't have a favorite, he replied. Oh, how about movies? Do you have a favorite movie? She asked. I don't watch movies, he said simply. Oh, okay. What about sports? What's your favorite sport? She asked hopefully. I don't like any sport in particular, he replied. Do you have a favorite celebrity? She tried again. Nope, he said. Hailey was speechless. This wasn't a conversation, it was an interrogation. She had asked the questions and he had answered them. However, she had achieved nothing. She pressed her lips tightly together. This was proving to be even more difficult than she had imagined. But she plowed on. She had to keep trying. Is there nothing you're even remotely interested in? She asked. Brad suddenly stopped moving. He finally raised his head to look at her. She held her breath as she waited for his response. What do you think? He asked. Why is he asking me? Why is he turning the question around to me? How the hell should I know? She thought in confusion and frustration. Well, he sure knows how to dodge a question, this monster. Well, I think, soon enough, you'll be interested in me, she said with a smile. Upon hearing this, he put down his knife and fork. What makes you think that? He asked. I have faith in myself, she replied. But what if you fail? I won't, she assured him. Really? How sure are you? He asked. For heaven's sake, how did he manage to turn the tables and question me? Hailey sighed and then gazed at him, determined as ever. Because I am stubborn and I won't give up. Whatever happens, I will make you my... She stopped abruptly. After a short pause, and once she had chosen her words carefully, she continued, I will make you want me. After her outburst, she stared at him with a hint of defiance. Brad stared back. Her eyes were full of fighting spirit and determination, and she spoke as if her life depended on it. He almost smiled, and a strange sensation fluttered in the pit of his stomach. Good. I'll look forward to it then, he said. Then he picked up his knife and fork, and they continued their meal in silence. Episode 12. Date night. Can I just confirm something with you first? Hailey once again broke the long silence. She knew nothing about her husband. The only thing he had told her was his first name, and she didn't even know if it was his actual name or not. She didn't want to think too much about his identity at such an early stage of the game. At that moment, she had other priorities. She was thinking about the third step on her to-do list. She considered briefly that she might be trying to move too fast, but then dismissed the thought. In reality, she couldn't waste a single chance she got. A few days previously, the maids had informed her that her husband was rarely at home. It wasn't unheard of for him to disappear for as long as a year. This thought made her a little uneasy, and therefore she resolved to make the most of any opportunity that presented itself. This was one such opportunity. She silently considered the third step in her plan, which was to take him out. Once again, this was easier said than done. She believed this step would be rather risky, but she had to give it her best shot. Brad had made his lack of interest in anything crystal clear. He was a man almost devoid of all human desires, but she believed that if they could maybe spend some time together on neutral territory, it might be easier to create something meaningful, and she may finally be able to make some progress. She might be able to break through that iron exterior, allowing her next moves to develop naturally. Out with it, he said impatiently. Well, aside from not seeing your face, I can do whatever I want, right? What I mean is, well, can I ask you out? Or can I touch you? She fumbled over the words. She was still finding this incredibly difficult. She sometimes felt as if she were addressing a tyrant, worried about how he would react every time she opened her mouth. She was always on high alert, her nervous energy making it impossible to relax. She wanted to ask him how the hell he managed to exude such a cold, hard, almost frightening aura when he was just eating. Who could do that? Her aim was to soften him up a little and get him to relax. Right now, she thought that taking him out might be a way to get him to mellow out. Maybe she would also be able to relax and learn how to be comfortable in his presence and talk to him normally. Otherwise, her plan was never going to work.
It depends, he replied vaguely.
You mean, as long as you're not busy? She asked.
You could say that, he responded.
Then, can I ask you out on a date? She ventured. Brad once again raised his head and stared at her, only seeing the same fierce determination in her eyes he had seen before.
Where? He asked.
Oh, you don't have to worry. You can still wear your mask. I already have a plan, she assured him. Her demeanor suddenly switched from edgy to enthusiastic. He knew she must have had some sort of strategy and that she was wasting no time because he sensed her impatience, like she was chasing a deadline. This made him frown.
When? He asked.
Are you free tomorrow? She proposed. Although his impulse was to respond immediately, before answering, he slipped his hand into his pocket, took out his cell phone, and made a call.
Tyler, do I have anything important on tomorrow?
He asked.
Why? Tyler countered. Just answer me.
Brad's voice thundered down the phone, sending a chill down Hailey's spine. Tyler, however, could picture Brad's face at that precise moment, and the thought made him smile mischievously.
Okay, well, there is the meeting with the sole heir of Joseph Martinez's company, Tyler said. You can deal with that. Rearrange it, Brad replied.
Huh? Hang on, wait a minute, Brad, Tyler protested. But Brad had hung up before he could finish. Then he looked at the woman sitting opposite him.
Yes, I'm free, he confirmed.
When she heard that, Hailey felt inexplicably but genuinely delighted. She gave him her most dazzling smile. Meanwhile, after his short conversation with Brad, Tyler looked at his cell phone with both surprise and curiosity. Brad had been looking forward to tomorrow's meeting, and now Tyler wanted to know what or who could have possibly changed his mind. He had insisted that Tyler arrange this meeting with a stubborn but genius heir to the Martinez company because he wanted to get him on side. Had Brad found someone else that he wanted to get on side? Tyler found that thought incredibly hard to believe. Brad was standing near a large window in a dark and dimly lit room. He was looking down at the garden, quietly watching the slight figure of a woman gardening like an expert.
Brad, what happened? I know you wanted to attend that meeting. What changed your mind?
Tyler's loud voice abruptly echoed inside the room. He looked at him with undisguised curiosity.
She asked me out,
said Brad simply.
Whoa, what? Seriously?
Tyler asked in surprise. He was wide-eyed with shock, not only because Hailey had asked him out, but because he had changed his plans for the first time in his life for a woman. He simply couldn't believe it.
What the hell, he thought. Is someone actually gonna thaw this man's heart? Has the long-awaited queen finally arrived? Is the Ice Age coming to an end?
Episode 13, Magical Mystery Tour.
Really? Where are you going? Asked Tyler.
I don't know, Brad replied, and he shrugged his shoulders.
What? Oh no, Brad, Tyler said, exasperated.
He had one hand on his forehead and the other on his hip. He shook his head in disbelief. He couldn't believe that this man had agreed to go out without even knowing where.
Are you deliberately trying to make things hard for me? What if she wants to bring you somewhere crowded like Chelsea Market? Do you expect me to be able to secure such a place for you on such short notice?
Tyler's voice was full of anxiety. Brad just looked at him blankly.
Do you honestly think she'll take me to a market?
He asked.
How should I know? Why haven't you asked her where you'll be going? Tyler asked. I did, of course, but she won't tell me. She just said she had a plan,
Brad explained. Tyler was speechless, but managed a short laugh. He was mystified. He had known Brad since they were kids, and he knew better than anyone that Brad was not a fan of recklessness and uncertainty.
Well, she is a dark horse, he thought. How has she persuaded him to go out without even telling him where? I'll go ask her. If the place is dangerous, then...
Tyler began.
Dangerous? What do you mean? Aren't we the dangerous ones?
Brad interrupted.
You're being way too relaxed. Besides, weren't you the one who said we should keep a low profile for the time being?
Tyler reminded him.
Do you think anyone will expect to see me out and about? Besides, aren't you going to be there?
Brad asked. Brad stared at him with his familiar, blank, yet unyielding gaze. Tyler subconsciously ran his fingers through his brown hair. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh as he was forced to surrender. He stared at his friend, knowing that he wouldn't be able to change his mind.
I've got this,
Tyler said as he started moving toward the door. He was still worried, but an idea began to form in his mind. As he reached the door, the concerned look was gone and was replaced by a wicked smile. This was one of Tyler's many talents. He was able to switch from a neurotic, nervous wreck to a mischievous, devilish rogue in an instant.
I'll go ask her for the details, he said before shutting the door.
Miss Hailey, Mr. Clark's here, Mr. Green whispered in Hailey's ear. She was completely engrossed by a beautiful maple tree, and he hadn't wanted to startle her. As soon as she heard him, she stood up right away and asked, "Where is he?"
"In the lounge, sitting on the couch," he replied.
"Thank you," she said before turning and running toward the mansion as fast as she could. Mr. Green watched her go. She reminded him of a small child excited to see her parents, who had just arrived home from a long vacation. A few moments later, Hailey found Tyler in the lounge. He had stayed with her for 5 days after she had signed the contract. He had taken care of everything at the hospital, and by the end of the 5 days, she had started to feel more comfortable with him. For this reason, of all the people around her at the moment, Tyler seemed to be the easiest for her to approach. "Mr. Clark, can we talk?" she asked. Tyler was surprised. He hadn't expected that Hailey would want to speak to him as well.
Of course. I also have something I want to talk to you about, but go ahead," he said.
Hailey seemed glad when Tyler agreed to speak to her right away, but she kept glancing nervously toward the stairs. She wasn't entirely sure whether she should talk to Tyler about her plans in this room.
"What is it?"
Tyler asked, even though he knew the reason she was wary was that she was worried she might be overheard. "Come on, let's go talk in the garden," she suggested with an awkward but pleasant smile. He agreed without question. He quietly followed her outside, and as they walked, he looked around and was a little surprised at the small changes she had made in the previously dull garden.
"You did all this?"
he asked while his eyes took in the small, colorful trees that had been arranged beautifully. "Not all by myself. The maids helped me," she admitted. He nodded approvingly. "So, Mr. Clark, I was planning to take Brad out on a date tomorrow," she said.
"Where to?" he asked.
She stepped a little closer to him and whispered something in his ear. When he heard her plan, he was thunderstruck for a fleeting moment and didn't know how to react. But like the professional he was, he quickly recovered, nodded his head, and told her that he understood what she wanted to happen.
"So, what's the plan? I'm sorry to have to ask, but I need to know for security purposes." "Don't worry, I won't tell him anything," he assured her.
Hearing that Tyler seemed supportive of her plan reassured Hailey. Her relief was clear from the broad smile that lit up her beautiful face. Episode 14, An Ordinary Couple. Hailey woke up in the middle of the night. She was half asleep as she climbed out of bed and made her way to the bathroom. A few moments later, she walked back into the bedroom. The light was on, and as soon as she saw Brad sleeping in her bed, curiosity suddenly overcame her. She slowly walked over and quietly climbed onto the bed beside him. She sat carefully, with her lips pressed together as tightly as possible. She desperately wanted to look at his face, and her heart was beating wildly at the thought. She just wanted to take a quick and harmless peek. It was as if, at this very moment, the temptation was greater than life itself. My God, is this how Eve felt when she ate the forbidden fruit, she wondered. She could only shake her head softly. I could just tell him that I saw him by accident, she reasoned. Then she took a quiet, deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to count. 1, 2, 3. She slowly turned her head, but her eyes remained closed. She sat there for a long time, facing the sleeping figure next to her with her eyes squeezed shut. Her heart was beating wildly, and she felt as if she was part of a thrilling scene from a suspense movie. Then, very, very slowly, she began to open her eyes while holding on tightly to the pillow in her arms. She held her breath without realizing it. She didn't dare make a single sound. Then she blinked several times, let her shoulders sag, and felt all the energy drain from her body. She hugged her pillow closer to her as if it would provide some comfort. Then she stared over at Brad again. His upper face was covered with a black sleeping mask. This mask was a little bigger than the one he usually wore, hiding his forehead and only showing his lips and the tip of his nose. So this is what he meant when he said accidents wouldn't happen, she thought. Hailey felt exhausted. She lay down again, facing the man beside her. She could see his neck, Adam's apple, perfect jawline, those beautiful lips, and his jet black hair. Although it was only their second night together, she didn't feel she was in any danger. He was just lying there next to her, motionless, and she couldn't take her eyes off of him.
Can't sleep?
He asked, startling her. She hadn't expected that he would wake up. Oh God, how long has he been awake? Does he know I've been staring at him all this time? She thought. No, I'm turning off the light now. Good night, she said hastily. She was in a state of panic. She felt as if she had been caught red-handed with her fingers in the cash register. Her heart was beating so loudly in her ears that she was sure Brad would be able to hear it too. The weather was bright, and Brad and Hailey were seated inside a black sedan, both dressed in plain black t-shirts and tattered jeans. A few hours earlier, Hailey had been unsure and nervous when she had asked Brad to wear the simple clothing she had bought for him. However, he was surprisingly cooperative and took the clothes without a word, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Shortly after that, she was equally stunned when she saw him dressed in the ordinary clothes, because he had still managed to look elegant and handsome. His long legs were hugged tightly by the jeans, revealing their strong, muscular shape. She had looked at him with undisguised admiration and approval. To make you not look weird, I bought these, she said once she had pulled herself together. She smiled brightly and showed him a couple of masks. She took the smaller one and wrapped it around her face. Brad looked at her. The masks were all right, but a little strange. They were childishly designed masks with bunny ears towering above the eyes. He stared at her for a moment, and seeing the strange mask on her face made him take the one she was holding out to him. Hailey encouraged him with her dazzling smile.
"We're here, sir," the driver said as the car stopped.
Brad looked outside the car's window, and then his brows slowly knitted together in a frown. Meanwhile, Tyler patiently waited on a nearby park bench with a coffee. He stood up the moment he saw the doors to the black car open. Hailey climbed out first. She was wearing a loose black t-shirt and black jeans, and the cutest bunny mask. Tyler smiled. She looked adorable, and he could see other people around them turning their heads to admire her appreciatively. What Tyler saw next almost made him choke on his coffee. Holy Mother of God! Tyler couldn't believe his eyes. He watched as Brad climbed out of the car wearing the same casual clothes Hailey wore and a mask identical to hers. He was stunned. He never thought the day would ever come that he would witness Brad wearing something funny or whimsical, such as a bunny mask.
"I have to hand it to you, Hailey," Tyler whispered to himself. "You have succeeded so far where all others have failed."
He was full of admiration for this woman. He watched as they walked past him, looking like a couple of lovebirds. Episode 15. Welcome to the Haunted House. Hailey had brought Brad to Coney Island. When he realized they were at an amusement park, Brad's eyes slowly narrowed behind his mask. He kept his reservations to himself and waited for his wife's next move. Meanwhile, Hailey was telling herself to focus on her mission. But being here reminded her of her brother. It had been such a long time since they had last visited an amusement park together. She felt nostalgic as she looked around at the colorful and brightly lit rides. After a few moments lost down memory lane, she took a deep breath and concentrated on the mission ahead. She turned to the man beside her and smiled brightly. The fourth step in her plan was to make physical contact. She needed to touch him, and she remembered what Amy had told her. I mustn't make it too obvious. It must feel natural, she reminded herself. Hailey knew that she needed to try different strategies to discover what would make her husband react. She had to experiment and observe his every reaction. And to do that, she had to be both alert and mindful. Do you have any place in particular you want to visit first? She asked, even though she already knew what he would say.
It's up to you,
he replied, predictably. Okay, let's go, she said. She casually grabbed him by the wrist and pulled him in the direction of the boardwalk. But something unexpected happened. The moment she touched him, she felt a spark and a fluttering in the pit of her stomach. This reaction to Brad's touch threw her off balance. Why the hell am I feeling like this? I'm just holding his wrist, for heaven's sake, she thought. Hailey couldn't believe it. She was so bewildered by her own response to their physical contact that she couldn't even look at Brad. And as she was desperately trying to calm herself, she didn't notice where she was leading him. The route they were taking hadn't been part of her plan. Meanwhile, as Brad walked alongside her, his brows began to furrow into a frown to match his narrowed eyes. The woman that had been happily chatting to him not 2 minutes before was now walking at full speed, dragging him along without a word. Thankfully, the crowd simply parted to allow them to pass through. Maybe people thought they were a celebrity couple in disguise. While Brad was following his wife agreeably, he occasionally glanced at the wrist she was holding. He could feel the strength in her firm grip, as if she were ensuring they wouldn't be separated. He felt like a kid being dragged along by his mother. In the middle of their high-speed walk, a woman in uniform stopped them unexpectedly. Hailey snapped back to reality as if suddenly awakened from a dream. Welcome to the haunted house. We're giving a 50% discount to the 10th couple who joins us. And that just happens to be you two. Please enjoy your discount, ma'am and sir, and good luck, the woman announced brightly and quickly. And before Hailey knew it, Brad had accepted the tickets the attendant had held out to him. She was surprised that he had taken the tickets, but she was also surprised to see where they had ended up. Wait, what? How did we end up here? Weren't we heading to the boardwalk just now? Where are we? The haunted house? Hailey asked all these questions without pausing for breath. Brad simply said, "Come on, let's go." She only had a moment to consider the situation. She supposed it was a step in the right direction because it appeared that something had finally caught his attention. But why? Is Brad interested in horror? My God, he is a monster. I can't go in, she thought in terror. Hailey's greatest weakness was her brother. A very close second was her fear of ghosts. She hated horror movies, and ghost stories terrified her. There was no way she could step foot inside a haunted house. You want to go inside? She asked hesitantly. Brad nodded, and she realized she had no choice but to go inside. She took a deep breath and convinced herself that her mission was more important than her irrational fear of ghosts. The man she was with was a much more terrifying monster than any ghost she was ever likely to encounter. Meanwhile, Brad was curious. He thought that the haunted house was Hailey's intended destination all along, and that was why she had dragged him here at full speed. He thought that she must have been chasing that 10th couple discount. If all that's true, why does she look so tense, almost fearful, like she doesn't want to go inside, he wondered. Episode 16, Trigger Point. They entered the haunted house and were plunged into darkness. As they felt their way around, Brad's uneasiness increased. As they moved deeper inside, they encountered all kinds of trickery and illusions, mimicking ghosts and ghouls and monsters, all intended to frighten the visitors. Even though this was his first time in a haunted house, Brad suspected the designer of this particular house was very skilled. The visual props were realistic, the lighting was perfect, and the sounds were truly terrifying. As they stumbled their way through narrow corridors, Brad noticed a change in the woman trailing in his wake. Before, she had been animated and excited, but now she was deathly silent. She hadn't made a sound since they had entered the house. He could feel her following closely behind, tugging his shirt tightly and leaning her forehead against his back as though hiding. His usually expressionless face transformed into a frown behind his mask. As he tried to figure out what was going on, they reached a dark room lit only by a few small candles, and Brad stopped. He looked around. It was staged as though it were a room where rituals involving witches or black magic might take place. He turned to face the woman behind him, and his eyes widened when he saw how pale she was. Her mask hung loosely around her neck. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her knuckles were white from gripping his shirt. From her forehead to her neck, she was covered in sweat. Brad wasn't sure what to think, but he decided to turn back. He gripped her shoulders lightly and said, "Look, let's go back." As he spoke, he felt her stiffen. Hailey had been concentrating on thinking about other, more pleasant things in an attempt to take her mind off where she was. When Brad's voice cut through those thoughts, it startled her. Her grip on his shirt loosened, and she suddenly opened her eyes. However, the first thing she saw was a wooden coffin surrounded by candles. Her eyes widened in terror, and just as she was about to cover her face, the hand of a rotting corpse appeared. Hailey screamed at the top of her lungs, instantly launched herself at Brad, and threw her arms around him. She shivered uncontrollably as her piercing screams echoed throughout the house. Brad was speechless. He realized now that she was scared half to death. She was holding onto him so tightly and shaking like a leaf. He raised his arm, reached around, and patted her gently on the back in an effort to calm and soothe her. "It's not real. It's all just tricks and special effects," he said, but she couldn't stop shaking, and neither did she loosen her grip on him. At that moment, Hailey had been propelled back in time. She was imagining her 10-year-old self, terrified and sitting all alone in the corner of a dimly lit room, hugging her knees a month after she had discovered her mother's body in her room. She had been a child, still traumatized by these events and raw with grief, and she had been surrounded by greedy people trying to steal what had rightfully been hers. She remembered how she had felt, like a rabbit chased by wolves. The family mansion where she had once felt so safe and happy had been turned into a house of horrors. All around the house, she had found props meant to disgust and horrify her. At night, she had been kept awake by blood-curdling noises that terrified her. It was not until years later that she had discovered that it had all been part of a ruse to turn her out of her home and for these people to get their hands on her fortune. The mental scars and the emotional trauma had stayed with her, and any reminders, like an innocent haunted house at an amusement park, meant that she relived those experiences all over again. Episode 17, Zombies and Ghosts. Brad waited a while, but it soon became clear that Hailey was petrified. She couldn't move. "We're leaving," he uttered, but she hadn't seemed to hear him. So he moved his head closer to her and then said the same words gently into her ear. He gently removed his arm from around her shoulder and carefully took her by the hand. He then started leading her toward the exit, while she quietly followed along behind slowly. Her knees were still trembling, and she gripped Brad's hand like a vice, as if she would never let go. However, what happened next was a disaster. A group of people dressed as zombies and ghosts suddenly appeared behind them. This was all part of the haunted house experience. They descended on the couple, daubing them with red paint and grabbing at their arms and legs. Hailey felt she was being dragged from Brad. The staff were all professional and played their parts incredibly well. However, Hailey went crazy. If she was hysterical before, she was now uncontrollable. She grabbed Brad's shirt with all her strength, and it ripped. She screamed and shrieked and tried to escape. She kicked and scratched, but it was all to no avail. Like the true professionals they were, the zombies and ghosts continued their attack. But Brad knew that she was in genuine distress, and rage welled up inside him. He knew, of course, that the zombies and ghosts were only doing their job, but he didn't understand why they couldn't recognize genuine fear and anguish when they saw it. Suddenly, at the top of his voice, he bellowed at them. "Stop! All of you! Let her go!" His angry shouts echoed throughout the house, and everyone stopped where they stood. They let go of Hailey immediately and took a couple of steps backward. Brad then moved closer to Hailey, who looked like she was on the verge of breaking down entirely. He saw how miserable and utterly exhausted she was, and the next thing he knew, he had taken her in his arms and was holding her as tightly as he could. Tyler was watching the exit of the haunted house and could not believe his eyes when he saw Brad and Hailey emerge. He was carrying her in his arms like a scene from a romantic movie. Tyler was just trying to work out what was going on when he saw more clearly that all was not as well as it seemed. As the couple got closer, he saw their disheveled appearance. They were not the same cute and stylish couple who had entered the house minutes earlier. They genuinely looked like they had just survived the zombie apocalypse, which, in effect, they had. Brad's shirt was ripped, Hailey's shoes were in his hand, and their clothes were smeared with red paint. Brad's bunny mask was torn, and the ears were no longer straight, looking as if they had been punched. They looked miserable, yet cool at the same time. "This would make a perfect picture from a movie," thought Tyler. However, he knew he couldn't just stand around watching them. From the look on Brad's face, he could see there was a problem. He ran over to them. "What happened?" he asked, even though he already knew they had probably been mobbed by zombies and ghosts. "Get the car. We're leaving," Brad said. Brad's cold and harsh voice made Tyler react right away. He was desperate to know what had happened to make Brad so angry, but he knew he would have to wait until later.
Was it something Hailey did? Was it something the staff did? He's always been cold and unfeeling. But what has happened to get this much of a reaction from him? What was such a big deal?
Tyler was genuinely puzzled. Episode 18. The morning after. Hailey was groggy and disoriented when she woke up. Then she realized it was the next morning and she was back at Gray Mansion. As the memories from their first date the previous day came flooding back, she bit her lip and her brain started spinning. My God, what have I done? She thought. She sat up in bed with her head in her hands, tugging her hair. All she could think was, my life is over.
Does your head hurt?
At the sound of Brad's voice interrupting her thoughts, her first feeling was fear. She grabbed a blanket and covered herself. No, I'm fine, she replied, her voice hoarse. His eyes, behind his mask, narrowed when he saw her reaction. He moved toward her and sat down on the bed facing her.
You fainted yesterday, he said gently. The doctor said you might be phasmophobic. Is that true?
She was still tense, but Brad's words were kind and his voice gentle. She slowly pulled down the blanket and peeked at him from behind it, like a cat. After a few moments, she nodded.
Then why did you go inside the haunted house?
He asked. Because you wanted to, she replied.
Who said I wanted to?
He asked. Huh, but you were the one who chose. Her voice trailed off. Thinking back, she realized it hadn't been his choice. It was her who had dragged him there in the first place. Wait, was it all just a misunderstanding? She thought. Hailey couldn't believe what had happened. She bit her lip again. As Brad watched her, he realized she had misunderstood him. Sorry, she said as she stared at him, fidgeting like a bird.
For what?
He asked. Because our first date was an unmitigated disaster, she replied.
It wasn't your fault,
he said firmly. Then he lifted his long and elegant arm, placed his hand on her head, and gently caressed her hair. She was stunned by this gesture and rendered speechless. The moment seemed to last forever. She had been uptight and nervous until then, but her nerves unraveled when she felt his touch, and she relaxed. What's going on here? She thought. Brad left the room, and when he spotted Tyler, his gentle aura instantly turned cold again.
What happened to those people who abused her?
He demanded. He had, of course, had Hailey's background investigated before he went through with the marriage. So he had some indication of the things she had been through as a child, and why she might have been so traumatized in the haunted house the previous day.
Well, they're still living in the family mansion,
Tyler replied.
Destroy them, he ordered.
His words left no room for discussion, and, as usual, Tyler was given no opportunity to speak his mind. However, Tyler agreed with Brad on this occasion, and he responded with a smile.
Already done, he said.
Good, Brad replied.
But what about the house? I understand she never wants to go back,
he said while scrutinizing Brad's expression. Brad just replied with a short,
get rid of it.
He displayed no emotion at all, and Tyler was left feeling disappointed. But he was stubborn. He was intrigued by Brad's mood, and determined to get to the bottom of it.
Anyway, Brad, you've been mad since yesterday, Tyler began.
What's wrong?
Is it because the first date with your wife was an outright disaster? Is it because she ripped your shirt and made you look a mess for the first time in your life? Is it because your cute bunny mask suffered the same fate as you? Is it—
Shut up, Brad interrupted angrily.
Yeah, I get it, Tyler laughed. But I think you're mad because of what happened to Hailey, right? You're concerned about— Get out, now, Brad yelled at him. Okay, I'm leaving. Why can't you be nice to me for once, complained Tyler.
Episode 19. Way to a Man's Heart. Once Brad had left the room, Hailey was left in a daze. Brad's kind gesture had been most unexpected. As she sat on her bed, she felt an overwhelming feeling of warmth. It was something she hadn't experienced before. Right after she closed the door behind him, she jumped off the bed to grab her notebook. She was filled with renewed purpose, and her eyes glittered with excitement. She thought she was finally making some progress. There had definitely been some new developments. He had at last given her a sign that not everything she was doing was futile. That simple gesture had boosted her confidence, and she felt newly motivated, While she scanned her notebook, all she could think about was moving forward with the next steps while the going was good. However, to her dismay, steps 5 through 8 were supposed to have been executed during and after their date. These were no longer appropriate as the chance had been lost. However, step number 9 seemed to be a great choice. Step 9 advised making a homemade meal or snack. In other words, she needed to cook for him. She remembered Amy's wise words. Giving a man handmade gifts or homemade food will instantly make him feel special, and that is a huge leap forward, she recalled. It was also well known that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. She believed this was surely an effective strategy in any plan to make a man fall for a woman. And Hailey agreed with this sentiment. Food was one of the greatest temptations that hardly anyone could resist. Filled with renewed enthusiasm, she punched the air as if to rally the troops, and the voice in her head said with determination, "Okay, let's do this." Tyler was watching Hailey as she asked him for information about Brad. He watched this charming and spirited woman in front of him as he responded to her eager questions.
What does she really think of me, though?
He thought sullenly.
Am I not the scary, macho bodyguard any longer? She's asking me questions as if I were Brad's mother.
But you must know, she pleaded, looking like a small child asking her dad to buy her some candy. Please.
So now I'm a father?
Tyler thought, trying not to giggle.
Miss Hailey, why don't you just go ask him yourself?
He finally replied. I did, but he said he doesn't have a favorite, she grumbled.
Oh, I see. Tyler should have expected that. In his head, he face-palmed himself. He knew Brad was the type who ate to live. He didn't really enjoy his food. There was no food he craved. For Brad, food was nourishment, not pleasure. Miss Hailey, why don't you just cook your favorite food instead? Your husband isn't a fussy eater. He's not very particular about what he eats. He just doesn't have a favorite dish. I'm sure he'll like whatever you serve him, Tyler suggested.
Is that so? Hailey asked, unsure. She couldn't believe that Brad really didn't have a favorite food. She had hoped that maybe he was being difficult when he hadn't answered her before. She was quite shocked to know that he had been telling the truth. Although she knew Brad wasn't easily pleased to begin with, she was still surprised that this ancient route of seduction was completely closed off to her. Even this pathway to the heart would appear to be powerless against him. This is tough. Is there really nothing that this man likes? She thought. Meanwhile, Tyler, standing right across from her, looked amused as he watched her ever-changing expressions. It seemed the news he had delivered had knocked her plans sideways. And yet, she seemed determined as ever. Her eyes still burned with fire, and she told Tyler that she would still try, no matter what the result. What have I got to lose? She asked him, smiling brightly, full of the courage of her own convictions. This woman, Tyler thought with admiration. She doesn't give up easily. She remains motivated in the face of so much adversity. He smiled mischievously while silently rooting for her. Episode 20, Off to the Market. Okay then, Mr. Clark, I'll see you later, said Hailey. Tyler jumped up in surprise. Wait, where are you going? He asked. To the market, she replied. But why don't you just ask the maids to go instead? He asked. No, it's fine. I want to go buy the ingredients myself, she said firmly. She sounded bright and breezy again, and it amazed him that she kept bouncing back. He knew she wasn't going to give up, but he didn't expect her to be so resilient after each setback. Despite appearances, she was a woman of hidden strength and resolve. Oh, okay, I'll go call Mr. Green to accompany. Tyler began. No need, I can go alone, don't worry. I'm used to going to the market by myself, she reassured him. Hailey's firm tone, kind eyes, and warm smile were an almost hypnotic combination. She seemed to be able to make anyone agree to almost anything. Tyler was intrigued. He just nodded agreeably and asked no more questions. She then turned and started to walk away. When she heard steps coming from the stairs, she paused and looked behind her. As expected, Brad was standing there watching her. Tyler, who had been standing between them, immediately attempted to slink away to one side in order to have a better view of what was about to unfold. He was sure that something interesting was about to happen, but no one said a word. Tyler watched Brad standing there motionless. The room was so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. The tension was unbearable, and Tyler felt he might burst with anticipation. Hailey finally spoke. I'm going to buy some things at the market, she said with her usual dazzling smile. However, the cold masked man just nodded at her. Tyler's mouth twitched. He was disappointed in Brad. There followed another long silence, and Hailey shifted awkwardly. This had nothing to do with the deafening quiet in the room, but as a result of what was going through her mind. The truth was that it had suddenly occurred to her that this would be the ideal opportunity to execute step number 8. Step number 8 was to do simple, cheesy things. She recalled the kind gesture Brad had shown her earlier. When she looked at him now, not saying a word, she was reminded of the enormity of her task, and she went back into mission mode. She realized that this would be the perfect opportunity to do a simple, cheesy thing. Hailey had already spent time on the internet and had read every article she could find about every cheesy idea that existed on the planet. But surprisingly, the general consensus had been that a simple kiss was the most simple but effective cheesy thing to do. She remembered what Amy had told her and played it over in her mind. A simple kiss on the cheek is cute, and it's a great way to keep the avenues of flirting open. Sometimes a simple but unexpected kiss can be even more effective than an intense one.
What is it?
Brad finally spoke as Hailey stood still, deep in thought. His deep, cold voice startled her, and she tensed. Oh, nothing, she said with a wave of her hand. I'm going now. See you later. The moment Hailey started to walk away, Tyler felt the urge to go and smack Brad as hard as he could. It's like he's made of wood. He's so unfeeling. I could scream at him sometimes, he thought. However, what happened next dissolved any disappointment he felt. When she got to the front door, Hailey suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned around and ran back toward Brad. The moment she reached him, she stood on her tiptoes, kissed him gently on the corner of his mouth, turned around and ran back. It all happened so quickly, and Hailey had disappeared from the room before the two men had a chance to realize what had happened. Brad stood still as a statue in the large gray room, as Tyler's gaze scrutinized him for any reaction whatsoever. Episode 21, The Aftermath of the Kiss. The air had briefly been filled with excitement and anticipation. Now it felt like an empty, hopeless wilderness. Brad simply turned and walked away. He showed no emotion, as if nothing had happened. Tyler's shoulders sagged. He wanted to cry in sheer frustration, but no tears would come. He felt like he had been lifted up with hope and promise, only to find nothing but despair and emptiness. Why are you doing this to me? He thought. He almost dropped to his knees. Despite his anguish, he was not the type to just fall apart like that. He needed to do something to try and get a reaction out of Brad. Hey, Brad, wait right there. Tyler's voice was not as controlled as it usually was. He just couldn't accept that Hailey had had no effect on Brad. Besides, the long silence that followed the kiss surely signified that it had meant something. He caught up with Brad and put an arm on his shoulders. Come on, how was it? He asked as he grinned at him. That was unexpected. You must have felt something. But Tyler just succeeded in annoying Brad. He stopped and looked at him coldly, then glanced at Tyler's arm on his shoulder, silently telling him to remove it if he wanted to keep it. Reading the signs, Tyler quickly removed his arm. Oh, come on, Brad. Just tell me, okay? Don't be shy. I know you felt something. You must have. I'm sure of it. I'm right, aren't I? He badgered. But all Brad heard was Tyler's irritating voice and his maddening words. This, combined with his annoying grin, sent him into a rage, and he could barely think straight. Look, Tyler reasoned, you were obviously taken by surprise, but I saw you with my own two eyes and heard that long, stunned silence afterward. Surely. But he was stopped by a single punch to the side of his head. Ouch! Shrieked Tyler. Tyler's loud cry echoed through the mansion, and he collapsed on the floor, wailing dramatically like a small child. And now Brad was angered even more because of Tyler's infuriating play acting. He had barely touched him, and Brad knew it would take more than a weak slap to floor Tyler. Yet he was rolling around acting like he was in agony. Stop faking and get up. We're going after her, said Brad. These words immediately silenced Tyler's cries of pain, and filled with excited anticipation, he scrambled to his feet. What? Really? Why are you worried? Wait, do you miss her already? I mean, already. Are you serious? Tyler wouldn't be quiet. Shut up, or I'm leaving you here, Brad snapped. Yeah, okay, I'll stop now. Let's go, Tyler replied. Meanwhile, Hailey was deep in thought in the back of a taxi heading to the market. She turned the earlier events over and over in her mind, biting her lip as she thought. The moment she had kissed him, she had been overcome by an unfamiliar heat that had run throughout her whole body, from the crown of her head to the tips of her toes. She hadn't expected such a reaction and had escaped from the room as quickly as possible. She was still dizzy, feeling a tingling sensation all over. Her thoughts were confused and disorganized, and she struggled to straighten them out. She didn't understand why or how she had reacted this way to a simple kiss. It hadn't even been a passionate kiss. It hadn't even been on the lips. She had just made the briefest contact with his skin, yet it resulted in such a violent reaction. But even thinking about it now made her a little lightheaded. God, what's happening to me? It was just a simple goodbye kiss, and I'm a wreck, she thought. Hailey was having a hard time trying to calm herself down. She had succeeded in executing her plan, but she had miscalculated her own reaction. In fact, she hadn't even taken into consideration that she would react at all. She was supposed to act naturally, but instead, she had run away. The simple, cheesy kiss on the cheek move had been more of a kiss and run move. Although she was worried about Brad's reaction, she was also troubled by her own. This is driving me crazy, she thought. Miss, we're here, announced the taxi driver. His voice startled her and interrupted her thoughts. As soon as she stepped out of the car, she shook her head a couple times and started to walk toward the market. She tried to empty her mind of all her anxious thoughts and focus on the sounds, colors, and activity going on around her. Episode 22. Appearances can be deceptive. So, what's the point of us coming here if we're just gonna sit here and do nothing? Tyler's voice was filled with boredom as he pressed his forehead against the car window while his lazy eyes followed the crowd. How about you stay here and I go after her, he continued, but Brad silenced him with a sharp glare. Tyler's face fell and he let out a deep and disappointed sigh, letting Brad know he would die from boredom. Please be quiet, growled Brad. Tyler tried, but after only a few minutes, he began talking again. Are we just gonna wait here forever? You do know that we could be here for hours, he explained. How about I go after her, video her secretly while she's out and about, and you can watch from here, he suggested. Here, I'll use this. No need, Brad interrupted. He lifted his phone and showed Tyler a live video feed of Hailey talking happily to a market stall holder. Who did you send? Tyler asked angrily. Leo, Brad replied. Why'd you ask that kid instead of me? Tyler asked sulkily. He tugged at his brown hair, clearly disappointed, acting like a child who hadn't gotten his own way. Brad just ignored him and kept watching the video feed. After another hour, Tyler had reached his limit and was about to explode when Brad finally put his phone down and looked out the window. Tyler followed his gaze and his boredom instantly disappeared. He pressed his forehead against the window again. They watched as an apparently ordinary woman, simply dressed with long black silky hair, walked along the street carrying bags of vegetables in her hands. She wore no makeup, yet passerbys couldn't help but stare. Her skin glowed and she exuded a natural beauty. Tyler gazed at her. Hailey was a welcome sight in the mess and chaos of the market. However, what happened next slowly caused the temperature in the car to drop by several degrees and the tension to rise. As Tyler watched the scene unfold, his fists clenched and his knuckles turned white. As Hailey was walking along, 3 men suddenly approached her. They appeared to offer to help carry her bags. She shook her head, refusing their help, and held onto her bags while they attempted to take them from her. But they persisted and continued to try to take Hailey's bags from her. Tyler was so angry, but he could neither speak nor make a move. It was as if he was frozen to the spot. Suddenly, he sensed a change in the man sitting beside him. He turned to look at him, and the moment he saw Brad's face, Tyler's lit up. Brad's usually expressionless face was full of anger. His eyes were locked on the incident unfolding before him, and in particular, the guys bothering his wife. Meanwhile, out on the street, Hailey began to get cross. She glared at the men pestering her, and her eyes started to burn with anger. She had turned and was about to walk away in the opposite direction when one of the men bumped into an older woman, knocking her to the ground. The woman's bag split, and the fruit she had bought scattered in all directions. The man responsible didn't give the older woman a second glance. Hailey was furious. She immediately stopped, stared angrily at the man to blame for the incident, and helped the woman to her feet. "Apologize to her," she said firmly. But he just smirked at her with an arrogant look on his face. "Why would someone like you bother to lower yourself to help an old hag like that?" the arrogant man said. "You want me to apologize?" "Sure, of course," he said. But instead, he just laughed and began to tread on the old woman's fruit. Leo prepared to step in. He had his orders and he was about to kill the thug who had dared anger Brad's wife. But he paused and saw Hailey's eyes darken, and what happened next astounded everyone watching. The man turned away, and without warning, Hailey executed an elegant kick. Not strong, but very precise. Her foot landed on the man's jaw, and he fell unconscious to the ground. His friends looked on in stunned silence before they slowly crept away. The crowd of onlookers congratulated Hailey, unable to believe that this beautiful, almost fragile-looking creature had the unexpected and hidden talent and the ability to floor a bully with one move. Leo was dumbfounded. He was a quiet young boy, around 14 or 15 years old, and he stood open-mouthed, amazed at what he had just witnessed. Tyler had told him that Hailey had belonged to a Taekwondo club back in high school, but he was impressed that she had the confidence, skill, and courage to use the move in a real-life situation. His keen and sharp gaze then focused on the unconscious man on the ground, as his desire to kill slowly subsided. "Just be thankful," Leo thought. "That kick just saved your life." Episode 23, Follow Your Dreams. Everyone had returned to Gray Mansion. The alluring aroma of a delicious homemade lasagna wafted through the house. Everyone could smell the mix of herbs and garlic and craved a taste. Everyone, of course, with the notable exception of the person for whom the meal had been specially prepared. Brad sat at the dining room table, wearing his usual dark attire and detached expression behind his mask. Hailey wore a simple white dress and served him a plate of lasagna. She watched expectantly, waiting eagerly for a reaction. But, as expected, he just started eating quietly, providing no visible reaction at all. He glanced up and noticed her staring intently at him, and quickly realized she was waiting for some kind of feedback. This is good," he said, adopting his customary blank tone before he continued eating. But Hailey just rested her face in one hand and smiled. The result was exactly as she had expected, but oddly she didn't feel disappointed. Instead, she was just happy he was at least eating the food she had cooked for him. "Is it okay for you if..." she began nervously. "I mean, can I cook for you from now on?" she asked. Brad raised his head and looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Why?" This response unnerved her. "Why? He's my husband. Do I need to have a reason to want to cook for my husband? What should I say?" she thought. "Because I'm your wife, and I don't have much else to do here anyway," she responded. Her reply was followed by a long silence. He examined her indifferent expression. No one else would have noticed the slight change in the look on her face, or the way her voice had wavered slightly when she had said she hadn't much to do. "Are you getting bored here?" he asked. "Well, it's not..." Hailey couldn't get her words out. She was tongue-tied. She hadn't expected Brad to ask her that, and she hadn't expected him to see through so easily to the feelings she was trying hard to suppress. She had no choice but to admit it. "Well," she began, "it's not really like that. Maybe I'm just not used to staying inside the house all day long, especially when you're not around. But I'm sure I'll get used to it." "What do you want to do?" he asked. "What?" She wasn't sure what he meant. She didn't want to jump to conclusions, especially when it came to this unfathomable man. She knew she couldn't second-guess him. She stared at him, curious. "You can still pursue your dreams if you wish," he said. At his words, she abruptly got to her feet. She wasn't sure she had heard correctly. She stared at him open-mouthed, her eyes full of disbelief. When she had signed the contract, she had agreed to give up her body and her future. She was aware that she no longer owned herself. She had buried all her dreams and desires in the hope that they would disappear in time. But what is he saying now? She thought, her head spinning. Brad continued to watch Hailey's reaction carefully. He found it amusing that he had rendered her speechless. The thought crossed his mind that it wouldn't be a bad thing to surprise this woman once in a while. He broke the silence. As long as you don't break my rules, and as long as you prioritize your responsibility to me, you can do what you want. There was another pause. Then Hailey began to pace the room, pinching her own cheeks and shaking her head. After she had ensured that she wasn't dreaming, Hailey turned to Brad with a beautiful, wide smile filled with happiness. Her eyes shone even brighter than usual, and Brad thought this was the most genuinely happy smile he had ever seen. He couldn't tear his eyes away from her at that moment. And he was surprised. He hadn't expected this reaction. He thought, So, this is what she's like when she's truly happy. Thank you, she said as she reached out to take his long and elegant hand in hers. She caressed it gently, looking him in the eye, and said, I swear my dreams will only ever take second place to you. You will always be my priority. I promise you. Brad was stunned. For a moment, he couldn't think straight. He hadn't expected to hear the words she had just said. And as if that hadn't been enough, without warning, Hailey gently lifted his hand and with her eyes closed, kissed it as if she were a gentle fairy tale prince. And Brad was her adored princess. Brad still couldn't speak. And the moment her lips touched his hand, he might as well have been electrocuted for the jolt that went through his body. Inexplicably, his mind had gone blank, and he could think of nothing. Episode 24, Another Ghost. Meanwhile, Tyler was just outside the dining room, rolling on the floor right after taking a photo of that memorable, breathtaking moment. He gripped his cell phone and was desperately trying not to laugh out loud just in case he ruined the fairy tale. He could only imagine the level of shock Brad was suffering at that instant. Even Tyler was surprised by the scene he had just witnessed. Tyler thought, My God, Hailey, what the hell are you trying to do? Tyler found the whole scene hilarious. Hailey was the romantic prince, and Brad, of all people, the unsuspecting princess. Just as Hailey was about to take her seat again, the sound of shattering glass broke the silence. Hailey and Brad instantly turned their heads toward the center of the room where the sound had come from. A pale young man was standing near the window with the gray curtains dancing behind him. The sight of this beautiful, ethereal boy who looked as if he had just risen from the dead instantly transformed Hailey. Previously relaxed and happy, she was now terrified. Oh my God, a ghost! Hailey screamed the moment she saw him. She turned her head away instantly and froze. She had thought she was alone in the dining room with Brad. She had seen Tyler peeking around the corner of the door, but she hadn't seen anyone else until now. Her fear turned her icy cold, and her eyes fell on the masked man across from her. Then, without another word, she dropped to the floor and crawled under the table, straight toward Brad. The moment she had reached him, she clung to his leg. Brad frowned behind his mask. Feeling her trembling body, he felt an overwhelming urge to kill the people that had instilled this fear in her. Then he looked down at her, and his initial violent impulse was replaced with a desire to ease her fear. Don't worry, it's not a ghost. It's Leo, he said quietly as he caressed her head gently. Look. Hearing Brad's words, Hailey forced herself to come back to her senses. She knew she had overreacted, but she couldn't help it. Sometimes her body responded before her brain could process the reality, particularly when it came to her fear of ghosts. After a while, she raised her head without letting go of Brad's thigh, and she slowly peeked above the table. She spotted a handsome young man with a very apologetic look on his face. He was indeed the ghost she had just seen, but he was obviously not a real ghost. He was just a teenager. She remembered he had been the boy holding a bunch of red roses the day she had arrived at the house. His name was Leo. The young man walked toward her right away and started to speak. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Really, I'm truly sorry. He apologized over and over, making Hailey feel a little guilty. She then forced herself to calm down and put all thoughts of ghosts out of her mind. No, it's all right. It's my fault. I get scared too easily. She tried to laugh it off, but she was still clinging to Brad's thigh because she still felt frightened. Even though she could clearly see that the young man in front of her was human, made of flesh, she was still full of doubt. She knew he wasn't a ghost, but that didn't explain how he had gotten inside the room. It was impossible for anyone to come in without being seen because the only entrance was the door right in front of her. She hadn't felt his presence at all.
Do you want to make sure? Why don't you touch him?
Brad's voice interrupted her thoughts, and she lifted her head abruptly. Her brows instantly furrowed as though she couldn't believe what he had just said. She felt another shiver go down her spine, but this time it was because Brad appeared to be able to read her mind. Oh my God, he's not a monster. He knows what I'm thinking. He's a ghost, she thought. Please, she said. Can you stop scaring me too? This confused Brad.
What did I do to scare her?
It's fine, Miss Hailey, said Tyler as he appeared from behind the door. Once he reached the table, Hailey suddenly jumped up and hid behind Tyler, tugging tightly at his shirt. Tyler was stunned, and the first thing he did was look at the masked man in front of him. Brad's aura instantly turned dark as he stood up. His line of sight seemed to be locked on Hailey's hand on Tyler's hip. Tyler found this all quite amusing and had to cover his mouth to stifle a laugh. I wonder what's going to happen next, he thought. This is like a comedy of errors. When Brad noticed Tyler's mischievous expression, he realized the force of his own reaction and was himself a little surprised. He calmed himself down, but found he remained painfully distracted at the sight of his wife touching another man. He again cast a glare across to Tyler, who was still smiling at him mischievously, obviously delighting in Brad's troubled and conflicted reaction. Episode 25, No Ghosts in the House. Fearing that Brad was about to snap, Tyler decided to stop teasing him. Note to self, know when to stop, he thought, sensibly. Look, Miss Hailey, Tyler said. Leo here isn't a ghost, okay? Does the handsome young man look like a ghost to you? He continued to speak while pointing at Leo, who still looked apologetic. Hailey thought, he's right. Leo is the kind of cute boy anyone would want to shower with hugs and kisses. But who said ghosts were all scary looking and disgusting? There are beautiful ghosts too, right? Not hiding her doubts anymore, Hailey opened her mouth to speak. But how did he get in? I'm sure he wasn't there before, and there's no way he could have come in without me noticing. Her words made Tyler take a deep breath, and he glared at Leo as if blaming him for everything that was happening. I see, so that's why you reacted the way you did. Well, actually, this kid here is a rare breed. Have you heard about those people who are just not noticeable? Well, I don't really know if it's because they have a very weak aura or something like this, but this kid has a very weak presence. He just blends in wherever he goes, said Tyler. Then Tyler looked at Leo. The truth is, even I get freaked out by him from time to time. Sometimes he just sneaks up on you. Then he turned back to Hailey. I only notice him once he talks or makes an obvious move. It's just the way he is. Does that make sense? Are you convinced? As she listened to Tyler's long explanation, her fear began to fade. She remembered what she had once read in an article about what the author called the gray men, which was someone who didn't want to draw attention to themselves. The gray man. So they did their best to blend in so no one really noticed them. She didn't know if this is what Tyler meant, but she felt as though his explanation had made sense. She then slowly raised her head and looked at Leo. Please, let me apologize in advance for what I'm going to do, she said. Then she slowly reached her hand and began to poke the boy's cheek with her finger, carefully and gently, but tentatively, as though she might run away at any moment. But by the time she had started pinching him, she was finally convinced. Oh, you really are human. I'm sorry. I obviously overreacted, she smiled. Leo had instantly turned red because he thought Hailey pinching his cheeks as if he was a cute toddler was some kind of embarrassing punishment for him scaring her so much. This scene, however, was making her husband, the Iceman, even more frosty. And the boss here? How should I put this? Tyler gestured toward Brad and paused. You know he always seems so scary, right? Well, you don't need to be scared of him. Tyler had wanted to quickly reassure Hailey after her earlier outburst, and because he could tell Brad's mood was becoming increasingly darker as he watched his wife touch another man. Thankfully, Hailey stopped pinching Leo's cheeks and turned her head. She stared at the masked man, fidgeting. It's not that, she said. Tyler frowned and he looked over at Brad. Then what is it? What did you do, boss? He asked Brad. But Brad just replied in his usual monotonous tone. I didn't do anything. Upon hearing this answer, Tyler turned his head back toward Hailey. Wait, don't tell me it's because of what he said, he asked. When Hailey nodded, he scratched his head.
Did you think he could read your mind? Or hear your thoughts?
He asked again, and again, she nodded.
I think you should explain yourself, Tyler laughed as he turned toward Brad.
But Brad stayed silent, and his silence strangely made her feel guilty. She didn't know why, but she had felt sad the moment she thought he might be a ghost. First, she knew it was an irrational thought, but deep inside, she realized she didn't want to be afraid of him at all. And she was sorry she had ever thought this. She took a deep breath and then took a step closer to him, still fidgeting nervously. Look, I'm sorry. I think I just got carried away because of my ridiculous phobia. I think I'm overthinking things way too much, she said apologetically. When he heard her heartfelt apology, Brad's anger instantly disappeared.
No, it's fine. I know you're afraid of ghosts. It's not a problem,
he reassured her. Then he patted her on the head before turning and walking away as if nothing had happened. Hailey was already asleep when Brad walked into their bedroom. He stood beside the bed and watched her sleeping peacefully for a while. After a few minutes, he finally lay down on the bed. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he felt her arms wrap around him and hug him tightly. I'm sorry, she said. Brad was completely taken aback.
Is she still awake? Why is she sorry?
He wondered. He was about to respond, but then he heard her gentle snore.
Is she talking in her sleep?
He mused. He carefully placed his hand on her head and gently stroked her hair. Episode 26, Rise and Shine. Brad was still asleep at dawn. It was the first time he had ever slept so long. He had always liked to rise before the sunrise, but that day, he would miss it. As he woke up, he lifted the mask covering his eyes. The bright sunshine radiating through the window surprised him.
What time is it?
He thought in confusion. He was about to sit up when he felt a weight on his arm. Realizing that his wife was still sleeping, he removed the mask he had been sleeping in. He reached out his hand, grabbing the mask he would wear for the day. He gently lifted his arm and tried to move Hailey's head onto the pillow. The commotion made her open her eyes. Good morning, she said with a smile. Brad nodded in silence. After a brief moment, he removed his arm from under his wife and jumped out of bed. Hailey yawned and sat up, stretching her arms high into the air. The moment Brad stepped out of the bedroom, a large face appeared in front of him.
Morning. What did you get up to last night?
Tyler asked in anticipation.
You never sleep so late.
He smiled slyly.
Wait a minute. Don't tell me. You guys did it, didn't you?
His eyes were almost bulging out of his head. He was standing too close. Brad raised his hand up, placed it on Tyler's face, and pushed him away. Brad walked right past his friend and headed toward his study. He disregarded the man's questions. It was as if he didn't hear him at all.
Hey, don't ignore me, Tyler called out. Wait, I get it. No response means yes, right?
He rubbed his hands together and grinned.
Way to go, Brad. Am I going to be an uncle soon?
Tyler was silenced by the sound of the door slamming shut. His mischievous smirk didn't fade, though. Regardless of whether or not anything had happened the previous night, he enjoyed teasing his friend. He had to take advantage of these rare moments when Brad was acting like a real human being. Soon he would change into his usual monstrous self, and the fun would be over. A few minutes later, Brad emerged from his study. He was fully dressed, wearing a black silk suit, white shirt, and red tie. Hailey, who had come to call him for breakfast, stood speechless. He looked so suave, like a movie star who was about to walk down the red carpet. She was flustered by Brad's striking appearance, and she stared at him in awe. After a few seconds of silence, she finally managed to squeak out a few words. Breakfast is ready. Brad was about to answer her when Tyler interrupted.
You go on ahead. We'll be there soon.
Hailey nodded at Tyler and took one last glance at her handsome husband before quietly walking away. Tyler sided up to the masked man only after she had gone out of sight.
You're not thinking about leaving without eating breakfast, are you? He asked. You can't leave your wife to eat all by herself, sitting alone at that long table, no one to talk to.
He was trying to convince his friend to enjoy some food before starting his day.
Have a heart, Brad. Don't be so cold.
Tyler's tragic speech was cut short. Brad had brushed past him and was walking toward the dining room. Tyler's heart skipped a beat. When Tyler saw Brad come out of the study in his suit, he knew the man well enough to know that he was planning to leave right away. He had prepared himself to try and coax Brad into staying and eating breakfast with Hailey first. But this hadn't been Tyler's only motive for trying to stay. Hailey had made his favorite dish for breakfast. The previous day, she had prepared a fabulous dinner. After just one bite, Tyler had immediately fallen in love with her cooking. He and Leo had devoured all the leftovers the moment Brad left. They were both thankful that Brad didn't possess the appetite of an average man. Episode 27, Eat and Run. After breakfast, Brad immediately got up and headed for the door. Hailey chased after him, trying to match his pace. "When will you be back?" she asked. He replied with just one word: "Tomorrow." She was relieved that he wouldn't be gone for too long. She was afraid that the intimacy that had been growing between them would fade if he disappeared again. Whenever Brad came home, he was cold and distant. It always took some time to get him to lighten up and relax. She didn't want to have to start from scratch again. "Tomorrow, okay." She nodded and smiled, as if his single-word response filled her with immense joy. Brad admired her bright eyes and dazzling face. He wondered if it was because she had such a good sleep the previous night. Maybe she was the reason he had also slept for so long. He couldn't remember the last time he had stayed in bed so late. He paused and turned to face her. She looked up at him curiously. "About what I said yesterday," he explained. "I meant it. You're free to go and do whatever you like." Brad's words caused Hailey to pause. She blinked 3 times before another bright smile broke out on her pretty face. "I'll do my best," she exclaimed in a tone filled with energy and determination. "Good," Brad replied. He placed his hand affectionately on top of Hailey's head for a fleeting moment. Then he turned to leave. As he walked away, Hailey subconsciously raised her hand and played with her hair where he had just touched her. She seemed to be lost in thought for a moment. Every time Brad acted this way, she felt as though he was becoming a warmer, a more affectionate person. The touch of his hand made her forget about his stern voice, mysterious aura, and all the times they had spent together filled with deafening silence. The moment of intimacy had energized her, and she had an idea. Just before Brad stepped outside, he heard light footsteps rapidly approaching from behind. He turned his head. To his surprise, Hailey suddenly grabbed his hand, pulled him toward her, and then stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. As fast as she had come, she turned around and ran away. Brad stood there motionless as he watched Hailey disappear. He wondered why she always ran away every time she kissed him. The moment Brad entered the car, he heard Tyler's annoying voice. "Couldn't leave without a little goodbye kiss, huh? How sweet." Tyler took the opportunity to tease Brad a little more. He was about to continue when Brad interrupted him. "We're late. Get going," he said resolutely. Tyler dutifully shut his mouth and focused on driving. But it didn't take long before he started to talk again. "I wonder how angry the old man's going to be when we arrive." Brad had removed his mask. His pale face showed signs of weariness. He knew they were headed into a lion's den. "He's not going to be happy," he answered while focusing on his laptop. "Not happy?" Tyler swallowed hard. "He's going to be absolutely furious. How about you go in alone?" His voice raised in volume. It was as if he was getting more nervous the closer they got to their destination. Brad's silence gave Tyler his answer. But he had already knew he would never let Brad go in by himself. Brad was ignoring Tyler's anxious behavior. It was mostly an act. Tyler was gritting his teeth and his hands were wrapped tightly around the steering wheel. He had always had a flair for dramatics. The car soon drove through a huge gate. Countless shipping containers surrounded them as far as the eye could see. Not far away, the tops of huge cargo ships were towering. As Tyler drove through the huge port, he started talking again. "Isn't this your fault?" he asked. Even though Brad was ignoring him, Tyler continued. "If only you had woken up early as usual, then we wouldn't have..." His voice trailed off as he thought of something. "Never mind. If you hadn't slept in, we wouldn't have been able to enjoy that delicious breakfast." He was rambling again. "Your wife really is a great cook. I can't wait until the..." "Shut up," Brad said abruptly. Episode 28, Back to School. Hailey's mind was racing as she walked around Greenport. She was thinking about her second kiss and run. The truth was that she had never meant to do that again. She really had just wanted to give him a normal kiss on the lips. However, she remembered step 7 from her notebook. Make him think about you. Make him curious about the things you do. Surprise him. Hailey decided she would turn the kiss and run into a double-edged sword. If she surprised Brad with a kiss, it would definitely arouse his curiosity. It might even make him think about her afterward. Hailey hoped this would work. But if she didn't get a reaction from Brad after the third try, she would have to think of something else. She would follow Amy's advice to experiment and see what was working and what wasn't. Amy had been clear not to overdo, though. After about an hour, Hailey finally reached her destination. Standing in front of a large gate, she raised her head and stared at the building across the baseball diamond. While looking at the school, she remembered something. It was so vivid it seemed like it had just happened. Listen to me, Hailey. You're one of a kind. You're the most exceptional student I have ever had the privilege of teaching. Please don't waste your talents. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Those words had been spoken to her by her teacher, Miss Lee. She had been an exceptionally good teacher who had always motivated Hailey to do her absolute best. Miss Lee had even helped Hailey collect scholarship applications for some of the best universities in the country. She had been confident Hailey could get into any school she applied to. Back then, Hailey's mind had been on other things. After she had graduated from high school, she had immediately gone out to look for a job. Her brother's health had been deteriorating, and she had to start work right away to help pay for his medical bills. As time went by, Hailey had almost completely forgotten about university. Her own dreams had to be sacrificed in order to save her brother. No matter how hard she had worked, she had still secretly held on to the desire of one day returning to school. That had all changed the day she met Tyler. When Hailey had signed that contract and gave herself to a stranger, she had known her days of dreaming were finished. She would need to devote herself to being the best wife possible. But when she had finally met Brad and he had encouraged her to pursue her ambitions, Hailey hadn't been able to believe it. Perhaps he had just said that to make her happy. Whether he had meant what he said or not, Hailey was not going to let this second chance slip through her fingers. She was determined to make something of herself. "Let's do this," she proclaimed with confidence. She raised her fist in the air as she walked through the school's doors. She was fearless. A few minutes later, she met Miss Lee. They embraced each other like family. After chatting for a long time, Miss Lee expressed her disappointment that she hadn't seen Hailey's name on the previous year's SAT scores. She told Hailey she had never given up hope. "I'm really glad that you finally realized that life without a purpose is meaningless," Miss Lee explained. "Even if life breaks you into pieces, you need to put yourself back together and keep going. Never give up. Believe in yourself, just as I believe in you." Miss Lee's words were an inspiration. She truly was the best teacher, and Hailey embraced her once more. "I'll do my best," she promised. Miss Lee arranged for Hailey to take the entrance exams for some of the top universities. She had 1 month to prepare. Hailey told her teacher that she wanted to get a full scholarship, so she was going to have to work hard. The next day, Brad arrived home to find his wife was not there. Fred had informed him that Hailey had gone to Greenport early that morning. Not asking for any more details, Brad went over to the couch and sat down. He saw a pile of thick books under the table. On the top was a textbook entitled Medical Microbiology. He had a fairly good idea of what Hailey was up to. Brad headed to the kitchen to get a glass of water. As he walked toward the cabinet, something caught his eye. He moved to get a closer look. Even though Hailey wasn't at home, she hadn't forgotten about her mission. She knew she had to keep executing the steps in her notebook. Even if they couldn't see each other, there were still ways she could show her affection. Earlier that morning, she had read step 10, make a romantic gesture. One of the suggestions in her notebook was to write a love letter. Hailey came up with a great idea. She would prepare some food for Brad and leave a note with it. Hailey had woken up incredibly early to prepare Brad's surprise before she had left for the day. After she had finished, she placed it in the fridge and had stuck a little note on the door. Brad read the note. "I made this for you. I hope you like it." Under the message, Hailey had signed her name and drawn a little heart. Episode 29, Special Treat. The moment Brad opened the fridge, he saw a heart-shaped chocolate cake. There was a red cherry on the top. It was obvious she had spent a lot of time and effort making this for him. Brad was reluctant to eat such a thoughtful gift. Brad read the note a second time. He picked up the cake and moved over to the table. After he sat down, he stared at the cake for a long time. He read over the note a few more times. "If you're not gonna eat it, I will." Tyler's loud voice broke Brad's concentration. "Your wife has written you such a lovely note. That's more than enough for you, right? Besides, you're not that fond of eating anyway." Tyler's gaze was focused on the cake in front of Brad. He licked his lips. His mouth was salivating. Brad glared at him coldly. He picked up a spoon and started eating the cake, ignoring his friend. Just as he was about to devour the last spoonful, Tyler cried out, "Hey, don't be so greedy. Save some for me," he pleaded. But Brad didn't even look up. Tyler tugged at his hair in frustration. However, what Tyler heard next gave him hope. A voice called out, "Mr. Clark, there's actually some more cake here." Tyler turned around with excitement. A young man, the same age as Leo, was standing in the doorway. "This one is not as pretty as the other one, but it's still very delicious," the boy explained. "I think Miss Moore had some leftover batter after she made that cute heart cake. There's still half of it left." This was Leo's twin brother, Jared. The two boys were almost identical. The only difference was their hair. Leo had silky black hair, but his brother's hair was messy and blonde. "More cake?" Tyler exclaimed. "Why didn't you say something sooner? Bring it over here right now. I don't care if it's shaped like a heart or not." His voice was filled with an array of different emotions. It was hard to tell if he was happy or angry. One thing was certain, he was impatient and hungry. He reached out desperately for the cake. As soon as Jared gave the cake to Tyler, his face lit up. He ate it ravenously. It was just as delicious as he had imagined. A few moments later, Tyler finally raised his head and looked at Jared. "When did you get here?" "Last night," Jared replied. Then he turned toward Brad. "Excuse me, Mr. Lopez. Can I guard Miss Moore as well? I'm sure if she's stuck with Leo all day, she'll be bored to death." "Hold on," Tyler interjected, not allowing Brad the opportunity to respond. "Hailey isn't supposed to know she's being guarded." Jared suddenly understood why his brother had been chosen for the job. Leo had always been the more subtle of the two. "I see. That's why you chose Leo." Jared nodded. "He's the perfect man for the job." Episode 30, Second Surprise. Brad was quietly standing near the large window in the study. He gazed out to the garden below. "So?" he asked coldly. Jared had already gotten used to Brad's uncompassionate demeanor, and he had been surprised to see his boss eating a heart-shaped cake moments before. Brad had almost seemed lighthearted as he read the love note from his new wife. If Jared hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he never would have believed it. "Good thing I was the one sent there," Jared explained. "I witnessed a fascinating development. It was quite lucky." Jared cleared his throat before continuing. "There's been a huge breakthrough with Martin's team. They're waiting for you to decide. Do you want me to request the data?" Brad's eyes narrowed. He didn't seem pleased. "No, tell them to wait for me," he replied. His tone was so cold, and it sent shivers down Jared's spine. "So what's your plan?" Tyler asked. "How long will you leave her for this time?" Brad turned his gaze from the window. He seemed to relax a bit. "She's here." Tyler watched the black car enter the garage. As soon as Hailey stepped out of the car, she took a deep breath and smiled. She had another little surprise planned for her husband. Her slender legs moved gracefully as she walked slowly toward the door. She was dressed in a white cotton blouse and plaid skirt. Her black hair was tied back in a long braid, accentuating her delicate face and making her natural beauty hard to ignore. She carried a bag of books in one hand. Her other hand was behind her back, hiding something. Hailey approached the couch. She was ready to initiate step 10 of her plan. "Make a romantic gesture," she reminded herself. She saw the silhouette of a man sitting on the couch. He seemed to be waiting for her. A smile brightened her face as she moved closer. Hearing her footsteps, Brad raised his head. He watched her approach until she stood right in front of him. "I'm back," she said with her usual energetic tone. He nodded. "Mm-hmm," was his only reply. She wasted no time. She put down her books and stood up straight in front of him. Both her hands were now hiding behind her back. He could tell that she was about to give him something, and he watched her curiously, his eyes filled with anticipation. Hailey stretched out her hand, offering him a single red rose. "For you," she said coyly. He gazed at the rose and then at his beautiful wife. He hadn't expected such a romantic gesture. "Shouldn't I be the one to give her a rose?" he thought. Her eyes twinkled like starlight. She seemed incredibly pleased with herself. Brad doubted he could make her this happy even if he had given her dozens of roses. It wasn't the rose that made this moment special. It wasn't the rose that made this moment so special. It was her, the way she looked, and her modest expression. The way she had smiled when she had handed the rose to him. She was normally a bright and determined woman, but in that moment, She was truly dazzling. He finally raised his arm and took the rose from her hand. The moment he held it, her sparkling eyes filled with tears of happiness. He was amused by her reaction. It seemed disproportionate to his actions. She quickly turned and picked up her bag. "I'll go tidy this up," she said, smiling from ear to ear. He was left silently scrutinizing the rose in his hand, dissecting it with his razor-sharp stare. Episode 31. What's Mine is Yours. Her eyes were instantly drawn to the rose placed in a black vase on top of the table. It looked so beautiful. The contrast of the vibrant red rose against the glossy black glass was pleasant. Hailey smiled, feeling extremely proud of herself. She walked toward the table, still staring at the rose. Brad just sat there, quietly watching her. "It's pretty," she said. Brad acknowledged her with a single nod. "I'm glad you like it. I was actually a bit nervous just now. I was afraid you might have thrown it away." Hailey's remark was accompanied by a soft chuckle. She was trying to be funny. "I would never do that," he said. His voice was serious and firm. Hailey didn't know how to respond. "I guess he can't take a joke," she thought. She coughed to clear her throat, trying to think of what to say next. "Thanks, but is this okay with you?" she asked. "I mean, putting a flower here?" Brad looked intrigued. "Is there a problem with where it is?" "Oh no, not at all," she replied. I just thought maybe you didn't like colorful things around the house." Hailey was having trouble expressing herself and spoke hesitantly. There was a long silence. Hailey just looked at Brad, waiting anxiously for some sort of response. He finally opened his mouth. "As long as you like it, it's fine with me." Hailey blinked in shock. She wasn't expecting him to say something so nice. What's going on? She wondered. It was the first time she had heard him speak like this. It almost sounded like he was trying to be romantic. He was normally so cold and distant. "Your personal study is finished being set up," he said as he stood up. Hailey was confused. "My personal study? What do you mean?" Hailey's eyes were wide as she followed Brad toward the door next to his private room. He opened the door to reveal a spacious room. It looked very comfortable. Everything she needed was already there. A computer was set up on a desk, and the bookshelves were arranged with an assortment of books. She looked at Brad with a bewildered expression. "When did you—" she tried to ask. Before she could finish, he replied, "A few hours ago." At first, Hailey couldn't believe it. But after thinking about it, she soon realized that this wouldn't have been that difficult for a hardworking, secretive man like Brad to arrange. She was so touched that she almost wanted to cry. "Thank you," she uttered sincerely. Brad looked at her. "Since you've become my wife, you haven't asked me for anything. I noticed that you haven't even used the credit card I gave you." Hailey was speechless. For some reason, Brad's tone almost sounded sad. She didn't know how to respond. She wanted to tell him that she needed nothing. Her brother's safety was her main concern. She wanted to tell him that his kindness to her was more than enough. However, she couldn't find the words to express herself. Brad noticed that she was unusually quiet, so he placed his hand gently on her head. "If you want anything, just tell me." Even though he still sounded quite serious, Hailey was touched by his generous offer. Hailey stayed in her new study all night. She only came out for dinner and then went back in as soon as she was finished eating. Brad also locked himself inside his own private room. The house was dark and seemed empty. It was getting quite late by the time he finally closed his laptop. He looked up at the clock. It was midnight. He went to the bedroom, but was surprised to find the bed was still empty. For a moment, he was confused. Then he turned and walked towards Hailey's study. He stood outside the study door and pushed it open gently. He quietly crossed the room to her, stopping when he was beside the table. He took a deep breath as he watched her sleeping peacefully. Her delicate face was lying on top of a pile of papers, and open books were scattered all around. After admiring her for a while, he moved closer, gently picked her up, and slowly carried her out of the room. Episode 32, Late Start. The sun had already risen, and the light was streaming across the gray-toned bedroom when Hailey opened her eyes. Her eyelids felt heavy, so she spent a few moments in a daze before she realized she was hugging someone. Her eyes widened when she came to her senses, and she gasped in surprise. She realized that her arms were wrapped around Brad's chest, and her leg was draped on top of his body. It was a very embarrassing position, at least for her. Her mind started racing, but after she noticed that Brad might still be asleep, she forced herself to calm down. She couldn't move her head because she was afraid he might wake up. After taking a deep breath, she started moving slowly. First, she removed her leg, then her arm. She was as gentle as she could be. The moment she raised her head, she saw Brad's face, and her cheeks flushed. He had already put on the mask he wore during the day. That could only mean one thing. He had already been awake for a while. Was he waiting for me? She wondered. Hailey sat up and tried to fix her hair to make herself look more presentable. She looked at the wall clock and then turned to Brad. "You're leaving again today, right?" she asked. She was still a little flustered.
Yes,
he answered. Hailey pulled the blanket up to her chest and bit her lip. "I'm sorry," she said apologetically. She knew that he always liked to leave early, but it was already past 10 o'clock. Did he really wait just for me? She thought again. Why didn't he wake me up?
No, it's okay. I'm not in a hurry, he said. Hailey wasn't convinced.
Really? She asked.
Yes, don't worry,
he reassured her. Hearing his comforting words, she finally smiled and let out a sigh of relief. In truth, he had only just woken up. He had slept in even later than the previous morning. He could only conclude that he was starting to enjoy having Hailey sleep next to him. He knew that he was going to be late, but he had learned from before that Hailey would wake up if he tried to move her. He knew how late she had stayed up studying, and he really didn't have the heart to wake her up. He decided to lie there quietly, but he knew Tyler was probably waiting outside, losing his mind. When Hailey stepped out of the bedroom, Fred told her that Brad and Tyler had already left. They would be back tomorrow. Hailey worried that she had delayed Brad, but since she had to go to Greenport again today, she quickly gathered her things and left the mansion. After a tiresome day of studying, Hailey went straight to the luxurious apartment in Cold Spring, where her brother had moved after he was released from the hospital. It was the place that Tyler had told her about when Owen had been in the hospital. The first time she had gone there, she hadn't believed it belonged to her. The apartment was very extravagant. Her head had ached just thinking about how much it must have cost. However, she couldn't do anything about it. She knew she had no right to refuse her husband's generosity. It had already been written into the contract. The moment he opened the door, Hailey hugged her little brother. "I missed you," she said, squeezing him tightly. "I missed you too, sis," he replied. "Will you be staying here tonight?" She nodded her head. "Look," she held up the bag she was carrying. "I brought food. Let's have a feast, just the two of us." Owen smiled. "I love that idea. Really brings back memories." "You're right," Hailey smiled. "Come on, little brother. Let's get cooking." The two siblings went to the kitchen and started preparing their meal. They talked and laughed like they were long-lost friends. Episode 33, Disaster Strikes. The next day, Brad returned. He had another flight booked for that night, but he wanted to wait for Hailey to come home, so he could tell her in person. Upon entering the mansion, for some reason, Brad instinctively went straight to the kitchen. The moment he entered, his eyes moved to the fridge. A small note was stuck on the door. Brad smiled and moved toward the fridge in big strides. He reached out, grabbed the note, and read it. "Welcome back. I made fresh fruit juice for you. I hope you like it." Just like the previous day, Hailey had signed her name and drawn a small heart at the bottom. After staring at the note for a while, Brad opened the fridge and took the glass pitcher. He stared at it as though he were analyzing it intently. Then, he took the juice and note upstairs. Tyler, who was observing him the whole time, was chuckling quietly to himself. Ever since Hailey had entered Brad's life, he had started to act more like a regular man. Tyler loved it. Brad suddenly stopped in front of his study. He was looking intently at his phone. Something was wrong. Feeling the instant drastic mood change, the smile disappeared from Tyler's face. Tyler knew that something terrible had happened, and he walked up to his friend. When he got close to Brad, he saw the message lit up on the phone screen. "Your wife has been kidnapped." Tyler's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. Who would dare take Hailey? He wondered. He knew Leo had been guarding her. How was it even possible? He tried to think of who would dare. Wait, could it be? His thoughts were cut off by Brad. "Get the car now," he ordered. There was no trace of warmth in his voice. All the color had drained from Tyler's face, but his eyes were filled with passion as he ran to the garage. Before long, they were inside the car, speeding away from the mansion at full speed. "To the harbor," Brad yelled. The driver, Alan, was shocked when he heard where they were heading. He didn't understand why they were going there. Did I hear it wrong? He wondered. It was impossible. That was the Master's secret base. He was confused, and his face showed it. Looking at Alan's expression, Tyler tried to explain. "Do you think just anyone could have taken down Leo?" he asked. Alan started to think. He had his suspicions. He knew Leo. He may be young, but he knew that Leo was one of the best bodyguards. If someone was to get the better of Leo, they would have had to been very skilled. If Leo was guarding the boss's wife, whoever did this must have been trusted. Perhaps it was none other than the master himself, Tyler explained. That does make sense, Alan replied. It was the only plausible explanation. It would have been impossible for anyone to even get close to Hailey if Leo was protecting her. Besides, if someone was trying to hurt Brad, he would know about it. Alan was still perplexed. He couldn't understand what was going on. What's the master trying to do? He asked. Episode 34, Prisoner. In an empty, shabby room, Hailey was sweating as she struggled to remove the thin ropes that tied her hands. It was quiet, the window was open, and a warm breeze made the curtains dance. Hailey tried to get herself untied before anyone returned to the room. She had been riding in a taxi back to the mansion when the driver had said they needed to take a detour. Hailey had been suspicious. She had been about to call for help when she had suddenly lost consciousness. By the time she had woken up, she had already been tied up here. Fortunately, the people who had bound her weren't professionals. The rope they had used was low quality. Maybe seeing a young, fragile-looking woman had put them off their guard. They were wrong. Hailey wasn't helpless, and she wouldn't just sit there and do nothing. After struggling for a while, the rope finally came loose. She untied herself as sweat dripped down her face. She stood and checked the room. The only door was locked. Realizing that it was impossible to break through the door, her gaze instinctively turned to the wide, open window. As she approached, a smile appeared on her face, and her eyes gleamed with excitement. However, when she looked out, the smile on her face faded. She was on the 3rd floor. As she looked out the window, she was surprised to discover where her captors had taken her. Endless shipping containers stretched out as far as her eyes could see. Large cargo ships were floating in the distance. Where the hell am I? Hailey wondered. Then she noticed something. The logo painted on every container was the same, SCZ. Upon seeing this, she knew that this place was owned by one of the world's biggest shipping companies, the Sanchez Group. Why am I here? She asked herself. Why did these people take me? Confused and perplexed, Hailey shook her head to try and clear her thoughts. She needed to focus. She took a deep breath and searched for a way to escape. Fortunately, she saw a metal pipeline attached to the wall outside the window. Hailey didn't waste any time. She grabbed the rope that had been used to tie her up, attached it to the pipe, and started climbing down. She was thankful she was dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. She was wearing high heels, though, so she kicked them off, and they fell to the ground below her. She was thankful that she was a strong, agile young woman. Climbing like this wasn't difficult for her. When she was in high school, she had studied Taekwondo. She would have been able to compete in tournaments if she hadn't started working part-time. She had only joined the club to get in shape, but she had ended up being a really good athlete. Her coach had always told her that she had great endurance, but she lacked physical strength. She would have liked to practice more, but she had never had the time. Halfway down her descent, Hailey was startled by a voice coming from the room above her. She looked up and saw a man shouting, "I see her. She's down there." Hailey panicked, but thankfully she was only 1 floor up. She let go of the rope and dropped to the ground without hesitation. As soon as she landed, she started to run. 2 men dressed in black ran past her shoes, trying to catch her. Episode 35, Showdown. By the time Brad reached the secret base, he was furious. He ran into the main room and the guards went stiff with fear. They didn't know if they should fight or run away. An elderly man sat on a large, elaborate chair. The elderly man, Anderson Lopez, could see the sweat glistening off the guards' foreheads as they reached for their guns. It was as if they didn't realize who this intruder was. Anderson cleared his throat, causing them to return to their senses. Brad walked straight up to the elderly man. As their eyes met, everyone went quiet. No one moved a muscle as these 2 powerful men stared at each other silently. "You arrived faster than I anticipated." Anderson finally broke the silence. "You must really like this girl." He smiled and nodded. "Not bad, my dear grandson." He seemed really pleased with himself, and his terrifying face softened a little as he spoke. He slouched in his chair. Brad's expression, however, did not change. "Where is she?" he asked in his usual icy tone. "Oh, don't worry, she's fine. She's resting. But to make it seem realistic, my men had to tie her up, lightly." Anderson was still looking very pleased with himself. Brad didn't say another word. He turned his back to his grandfather and started walking toward the door. Not bad, not bad. Anderson clapped and then signaled for one of his men to bring Brad to Hailey's room. He knew his grandson well. He was not a man who liked to waste time. He had ordered his men to be very gentle with Hailey because he didn't want to start any trouble. You, stay here, Anderson called out to Tyler, who was about to follow Brad. Tyler's expression turned sour. He watched Brad walk away. He knew better than to disagree with the old man. What do you think? Anderson asked. Tyler's shoulders slumped in defeat. Here we go again, he thought. He didn't understand why Anderson was keeping him there. He wanted to be with Brad when he found Hailey. I'm sure we're thinking the same thing, sir, Tyler replied reluctantly. Anderson laughed loudly. Yes, I think we are. The risk was worth it. I needed proof that she was the one. He continued to chuckle. He was both delighted and relieved. Let me get this straight. Tyler raised his eyes to meet Anderson's. It's fine to anger Brad as long as you get your proof? He paused to think for a moment. Your methods have always been quite harsh, sir. I fear this time, you may have gone too far. Anderson shook his head. That's fine, that's fine. He smiled. I don't mind if my grandson is a little angry. I'm an old man. All I wish is for him to find a good woman and give me a great-grandchild. Then I can die happy. After the two chatted for a while, Tyler was finally allowed to leave. The moment he left the room, he ran as fast as he could to find Brad. Thankfully, it didn't take him long to catch up to Brad. Episode 36, Escape. Brad stood impatiently waiting for a man dressed in black to open the large gate. Standing 20 feet high with thick barbed wire running across its top, it would be impossible for anyone to penetrate it single-handedly. The man dressed in black pushed open the gates to reveal two bodyguards lying unconscious on the ground. Brad's face scrunched up in confusion as he took in the sight. 5 steps through the gate, he suddenly stopped. They could all feel a presence behind them. Alan was the first to turn and look, and he was shocked at what he saw. A woman holding onto a metal pipe was clinging above the gate's door like a skilled ninja-like gymnast. As Brad turned around, he saw her jump off the gate as quick as a cat and land gracefully on the ground behind them. She didn't spare them a glance as she sprinted through the massive gates, leaving Brad and his men surprised and speechless. Brad turned back to look at the place Hailey had been hiding, and his face instantly darkened. He could tell that she had just jumped from a dangerous height. Looking back at her running away from them, his anger reached its peak when he saw she was barefoot. At that moment, Tyler, who had been approaching the gate with 2 more men dressed in black behind him, halted Hailey. He was stunned when he saw her. He wasn't wearing his mask, so he didn't speak. Instead, he stared at her. She was panting and drenched in sweat, feet bare and hair a mess. He bit his lip as he felt the dangerous anger coming from Brad, who was still 65 feet away from him. Hailey was exhausted, and seeing that there were more men in front of her, she stopped and put her hands onto her knees, panting heavily, trying to drag more air into her tired lungs. She had been running around the container yard for some time, trying to find an exit so she could escape. What do I do now? Hailey was starting to lose hope. She knew that she had barely any strength left to fight, and there were just too many of them now. Someone help me, she mumbled between pants of breath. I wish Brad were here to help me. The thought surprised her, but she realized how alone she was without Brad. Outside of her brother and Amy, he was the only person in her life, and the only person who would be able to offer her any help. Miss Hailey! Alan's voice startled Hailey from her thoughts. She whipped her head around to see if it was really him, and almost cried when she saw Brad standing there watching her. Brad? She uttered. The sound of her voice shot like an arrow into Brad's heart, melting the ice and anger that had enveloped him. He felt something bubble up inside him, but had no words to describe the feeling. He quickly walked toward her. Is this a dream? Is he really here? Hailey asked herself. Watching him get closer made her inexplicably emotional, and she ran toward him as tears ran down her cheeks. When she reached him, she buried her head in his chest, and her arms crept around his body in a tight hug. Lost in his comfort, she forgot the desperate thoughts she had just been consumed by. Episode 37, Wiping Her Tears Away. Standing in the middle of rows of large, colorful shipping containers, Brad held Hailey in his arms while she sobbed. He desperately wanted to make her feel better, but had no idea how to. Tyler, a master at reading Brad's body language, was going nuts inside. He was sure Brad was consumed with anxiety right now, as this was the first time he had ever tried to comfort someone. He looked like a helpless parent trying to figure out how to stop their infant from crying. Tyler was cracking up inside. He had to give Brad some credit, though. He was doing surprisingly well, considering he had never tried to console someone. He held her close and was caressing her head and back the way any husband would. It was surreal for Tyler, who had known Brad since they were young, to see him show such sympathy towards someone. The only other time he had seen Brad hug someone had been when they were 12. He knew it was too soon to celebrate a change in Brad, but he still smiled watching them. Things had not been easy for them so far, and he knew they would continue to have their challenges. Once the sobs subsided, Hailey loosened her grip on Brad and wiped her tears away. She looked up at him. "Did you come to rescue me?" she asked. Brad stood frozen but managed to nod his head. Hailey sensed something different about him, but didn't quite know what. Maybe he's worried about me, she thought, and decided it was best to show him she was fine. She plastered a bright smile on her face. "Well, I was slightly worried because I thought no one would come to help me, but you suddenly appeared, so thank you." Her words were sweet and sincere. He still didn't speak, but Hailey's heart almost stopped when he lifted his long fingers and gently wiped the remaining traces of tears from her face. The simple gesture was overwhelming. She didn't know why, but the way he touched her face almost felt like he was giving her a sincere and sad apology, as if he was the one who had made her cry. She got the sense that he blamed himself for what had happened. His hand rested on her cheek, and she covered it with her own. Giving him a bright smile, she hoped to ease some of the guilt he seemed to be feeling. I'm really fine. I'm very relieved you came. And I think that's why I got emotional." She tried to laugh. It wasn't a lie. She hadn't cried because she'd been scared, but because she had been relieved that Brad had come to save her. She was a bit surprised by her display of emotions. Finally, Brad found his words.
"No, you're not," he said. "You're not fine at all."
Hailey was speechless, watching him crouch in front of her. He touched her foot and looked up at her.
"Lift,"
he ordered. Hailey complied and lifted her foot for him to examine. His eyes lit with an angry fire when he saw how torn up and bloody the bottom of her foot was. His reaction had Hailey instinctively wrapping her arms around herself. Episode 38, An Angel's Touch. Feeling the extremely suffocating and terrifying aura coming from Brad, Hailey decided to try to coax him to calm down. My feet, they're not that bad. It's my own fault. I took off my heels to run when those men started chasing me. Heels aren't very good to jump or run in." She trailed off, biting her lip. The air around Brad got even colder. She had tried to calm him down, but her words seemed to have the opposite effect. Knowing it was senseless to lie to him, she couldn't think of anything else she could say to change his mood. After a few more minutes of silence, he raised his head and his gaze fell straight onto her hand. Still in his squatting position, he took hold of her wrist and examined her knuckles, which were also bleeding a little bit. Noticing what he saw, she tried to explain. This is because I punched those idiots." She looked proud that she had taken down 2 of them on her own. After throwing a few punches, she had been able to execute a precise kick to each of their heads that had knocked them out. But Brad showed no sign of giving up his anger. He scrutinized her hair while she racked her brain to find something she could say to him that would lighten the mood. Her notebook came to mind, and she recalled that Step 11 had said to reflect his gestures. According to Amy, the purpose of mirroring your partner's gestures was to create a closer bond with him. This trick was more of a psychological one. Hailey thought she could adapt this one to help make Brad feel better. When he touched her head, she had always felt a warm, calming energy flow through her, so she hoped she could do the same for him. She wanted him to calm down. If it worked, she would be able to achieve 2 goals at once. Hailey focused on her goal and lifted her hand to gently touch his head. The moment her hand touched his hair, Brad turned to stone. Hailey's smile grew wide at the realization that she could touch and caress him. She had enjoyed it when he had touched her hair, and she had often had an urge to touch his in return. But she hadn't anticipated that she would have a reaction to his touch. This was supposed to calm and reassure him that she was okay. The jolt of electricity she felt was completely unexpected. She loved the feel and texture of his hair and couldn't stop running her fingers through it. She had meant the romantic gesture just to soothe him, but now she couldn't stop petting him. While she stood there stroking his head, Brad's body was frozen and his mind had gone numb. He had no idea how to react to what she was doing. It didn't help that she was looking at him with stars in her eyes. She looked like she had found the fuzzy pet of her dreams. Confused, he couldn't stop her from running her fingers through his hair, and he couldn't get mad at her either. Part of him wanted to stop her, but the look of sheer pleasure on her face was addictive. He wanted to stare at her and take in her joy for a little longer. He was mystified by the warmth of her touch. He felt as if an angel was reaching into the darkest parts of his soul, filling him with light and wrapping him in warmth. Episode 39, Crossed Wires. Brad closed his eyes and held Hailey's wrist still, stopping her from petting his hair. She looked bewildered, as if she had been somewhere far away and just now realized what she had been doing. He didn't give her a chance to react, instead rising to his feet and scooping her up in his arms. His abrupt movements shocked her, and she wondered if she had upset him more with her touching. Feeling regretful, she held on around his neck and rested her head against his shoulder. She knew when she had come up with her steps to seduce Brad that not all of them would work, and that he might even dislike some of her methods. So far, he had been accepting of her maneuvers, but this was the first time he had outright rejected her tactics, and she hadn't planned for the disappointment she felt. "I'm sorry," she whispered against his neck. Brad came to a halt.
Why are you apologizing?
He asked, his voice harsh and cold. A shiver went down her spine and she couldn't take her eyes off the appealing curve of his Adam's apple. "Because..." Hailey's voice was sad, apologetic, and nervous. Brad could feel the intensity of her emotions, so he took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress his anger at what had happened to her. "Because I kept petting your head and it's clear you didn't like it," she finished. Brad's dark mood dissipated at her apology and he started walking again.
You don't have to apologize. I didn't hate it,
he responded, leaving Hailey dumbfounded and mystified. Then why did it seem like he was really angry about something just now? While she was trying to work out what was going through Brad's head, he was lost in his own thoughts. He was surprised that she had misunderstood his intentions. She had even seemed afraid and then had apologized unnecessarily. Brad's anger with his grandfather's tactics boiled up again. And if he hadn't been holding Hailey, he probably would have gone back and confronted him about it.
Get in the car,
he ordered Alan and Tyler, who had now put his mask back into place. He helped Hailey climb in, and after getting in himself, ordered Alan to take them to the hospital. "What?" Hailey protested. "There's no need. This is nothing. I can take care of it on my own." However, her protest didn't make Brad budge this time. He was obviously anxious about her wounds, so Hailey had to agree with him in the end. Tyler found a wheelchair at the hospital and helped Hailey through the door while Alan and Brad waited in the car. Hailey was immediately seen by a doctor, and it only took a few minutes to treat her wounds. Once done, Tyler helped her back into the wheelchair. On the way back to the car, Tyler broached an awkward subject with her.
Miss Hailey, can I ask you something?
He asked. "How about we exchange questions? I'll answer yours if you answer mine," she bargained. Tyler chuckled at her shrewd negotiation tactics.
Haha, how clever. Okay, as long as you won't ask about the forbidden.
"I won't."
Then I'll go first. What do you think about Brad? I mean, right now. How do you feel about him?
Episode 40, Faded. Hailey stiffened at his question, and a short silence followed while she considered her answer. Tyler wondered if he should have kept his mouth shut. He could see it wasn't the right time to ask, and disappointedly, he realized he wouldn't get the information he was so curious about.
I'm sorry. If it's too hard to answer right now, I'll just ask you another time.
"No, it's fine. I'll answer it," she finally said. Tyler felt relieved and excited at her reply. He changed his demeanor so she could feel like he was listening attentively to her. He felt almost parental at that moment since he was so invested in Hailey and Brad building a successful relationship. After all, it had been him that had brought them together. "I haven't really thought about it until you asked, actually," she started, then took another minute to choose her words. "I'll admit, he scares me occasionally, but not as much as he used to. I'm starting to get used to his moods and how quiet he is. But he can still send shivers down my spine when he turns cold. I don't feel an urge to run away anymore, though. I know it's the side of him I almost always see, but now I think he has a warmer, softer side in there somewhere. Actually, I think I want to get closer to him now because of it. When he's cold and quiet, I want to wrap my arms around him and calm him. I mean, I don't want to change him because I know I won't. I didn't think I would be able to stand the quiet when I first met him, but I'm getting used to it now. Is that weird?"
Not at all, he answered right away. Does she even know how wonderful she is?
Tyler smiled. Listening to her warm, sincere, and thorough response made him very happy. He was grateful the elevator had taken so long to arrive so they could prolong their talk. Hearing his encouraging response, Hailey decided to share more. I think all I want to do right now is be with him. He's not a stranger to me anymore. I don't regret my decision now that I'm getting to know him. I feel like my life has some hope because of him. I have thought about what it would be like if I had ended up with someone else that day. Where would I be if it had been someone other than you who had almost run me over? I don't even want to think about that right now.
Do you think that's what they call fate?
Tyler asked quietly. Her passionate speech had awakened deeper emotions in him. When he realized what he had said aloud, he decided to finish his thought.
Well, maybe fate is real and you're one of its victims.
Hailey laughed. Do you think so? I don't see myself as a victim, though. At least, not right now. The idea made Hailey smile and laugh. If fate was indeed real and responsible for where she was now, she supposed she needed to give thanks for it. Her words made him think of something else, and he had to ask,
why did you say it like that? Do you think you'll eventually become a victim?
Hailey fell silent for a while, contemplating her answer. I don't really know. But do you think Brad will eventually turn me into a victim?
Tyler felt awkward. Is that your question to me?
No, that question can wait for another day. I have a much more important question right now.
Okay, then let's hear them.
Episode 41, A Reason to Smile. Does Brad really not smile at all? Hailey's question was followed by a short silence because Tyler was struck speechless. He had mentally prepared himself to be ready for difficult questions, but instead, she was asking about a random, seemingly simple thing.
That is your question? He asked.
Yes, I once asked the maids and Mr. Green, but they said they haven't seen him smile, not even once.
Wait, what's with that reaction?
Don't tell me that's forbidden as well.
Huh? Of course not. I was just surprised. I really didn't see that coming.
Tyler was laughing hard, and it made Hailey feel impatient. Just answer me. We're about to reach the entrance.
Okay. Well, Brad is... How do I put this? Now that you mention it, I don't even remember the last time he smiled. Ouch!
Tyler playfully shouted in pain when Hailey's hand reached up behind her to pinch his hand hard, letting him know that she could hurt him if she didn't get the answer she was looking for. This, of course, caused Tyler to crack up once again deep within.
Seriously, this woman.
Please stop playing around. I answered you seriously. You need to do the same.
I'm sorry, this is it. Well, he really doesn't smile anymore, or if he does, it happens once in a blue moon. He does have that terrifying and deadly evil smile when he gets beyond angry and is about to kill a certain sly prey. That's when we go hunting in the mountain. But, well, that isn't really the smile you're talking about, right?
She nodded. Tyler took a deep breath, then continued talking.
Tell me, seriously, of all the other questions you could have asked about him, why this one?
Because I know you can't answer the questions I really want to ask, and I just really wanted to know. I want to see him smile. Wait, don't distract me. You haven't finished answering my question yet.
Okay, here we go. As you know, he is always impassive. He acts like a beast who doesn't really know how to react normally. He occasionally smiled back when we were kids, but it was still a rare sight even back then. So it's not really that surprising that he doesn't smile now. I mean, of course, there's also some factors behind it, but I think...
Factors? Such as... Hailey interrupted, latching onto a chance to find out more about Brad.
That's a dangerous question, Miss Hailey.
Tyler tried to laugh her off.
All I can say is it's not like he can't smile. You can think of it like he just doesn't have a reason to smile. But you don't have to worry. I think sooner or later, you'll eventually make him smile again.
Hailey didn't know what to say after his explanation. Tyler was curious about what kind of expression she had on her face, but because he was pushing her wheelchair, he couldn't see her face without jumping in front of her.
Are you not satisfied with my answer? He asked.
Obviously not. What's with that minimalistic explanation? I'm so curious about him. I know you know that. Tyler chuckled.
Well, be glad, Miss Hailey. Your question was supposed to be answered with a simple yes or no, right? He teased.
You should be glad, Mr. Clark. My question wasn't supposed to be as easy to answer as that. I'm just thinking about your precious life, right? She mimicked him. Tyler laughed hard at her cheeky response. They had reached the car, and as soon as Tyler opened the door, he was struck by Brad's cold, razor-sharp stare. Tyler scratched his head, confused by Brad's reaction.
These two really are something.
Episode 42, The Bath Dilemma. They arrived at Gray Mansion, and Brad carried Hailey into the house. So, this is what a bride feels like when she's carried over the threshold by her new husband on her wedding day, she thought. He had resumed his usual impassive mood, but she felt like something had shifted in him. It felt as if his attention was more focused on her, and it made her face feel a bit hot. But she was delighted with the change in him. As soon as they entered the living room, he put her down on the couch and asked the maids to make her something to eat. He didn't leave her side. She felt as if he was guarding her, in case she decided to try and get up and walk. After she finished eating, she sat staring at him until he finally acknowledged her.
Speak.
I want to take a bath, she said simply. Brad stood, lifted her in his arms, and headed for the stairs without a word. She was a bit taken aback, since he hadn't asked the maids to follow them. Can you call the maids to help me? I'm afraid I might make my feet bleed again if...
Why? Do you prefer the maids more than me?
He interrupted. Time stood still and she froze in his arms. Her long lashes fluttered and her brain shut down. When she finally processed what he had just said, Hailey didn't know how to react or what to say, but a flush crept up from her neck to her face, turning it bright red. What did he just say? Is this man even aware of how seductive he sounds right now? She was at a loss as to what to respond to him, and while she was racking her brain for what she should say or do next, a burst of laughter echoed loudly from below them. It made Brad stop in his tracks. Tyler's sharp ears had overheard Brad's words, and he couldn't help but laugh no matter how hard he tried not to. Brad ignored his laughter and resumed walking as if nothing had happened. Tyler was just a pesky bug that he ignored. But his laughter had pierced through Hailey's daze, bringing her back to her senses. Still blushing, she began to think rationally about Brad's question. She knew there was nothing wrong with him helping her take a bath, since he was technically her husband. But more importantly, this could be her chance to see his reaction to her in a more intimate situation. She thought this might be the unplanned opportunity she had been seeking. Thinking about the advantages, she prepared herself mentally and emotionally for what she was considering doing. What if I fail? What if he doesn't even react when he sees me naked? Would that be too much of a blow for me to handle? Could I even face him after such a huge, embarrassing defeat? Hailey felt befuddled and lost. She couldn't decide which path she should take. A part of her still wanted to grab hold of this opportunity, but she also had to think about the original plan. She was supposed to do this slowly and court him first before they took a step like this. Her original plan was to do something like this when they had already built a strong foundation, and he was ready for this kind of seduction. She knew she didn't have to forfeit the plan just because an unexpected opportunity now presented itself, but she was very curious to see how he would react, and she didn't think she could ignore that curiosity. Episode 43, Striptease, or Not. Hailey was sitting on the edge of the bed in the bedroom, waiting for Brad to come back. He had gone into the bathroom to prepare her bath. In the end, she had decided not to let him help her bathe because, at this point, she felt it was too high a risk. That didn't mean she wouldn't take advantage of the opportunity to experiment a little. Her adrenaline was pumping as she decided to take things to the next level. According to her notes, Step 18 was the first step of physical flirting. Amy had advised her that this step required precise timing and that she should start with baby steps. She had told Hailey to remember that flirting was an art. So for someone new at it, she needed to start with little things before going all out. Amy had advised her not to do anything overly insinuating and stick with things that had felt natural and safe. She had said that if the perfect opportunity arose, to just go with the flow, but always keep an eye on her limit. The most important thing was to show him she was comfortable with him. Amy had also reminded her to be alert and gauge his reactions. If he reacted positively, she could move to the next step. And if he didn't, she should pull back and try again another time. With her mind on her goals, Hailey began removing her t-shirt and bra. She let her long, dark hair cascade over her porcelain-like skin and down her slender, lithe body. Then she worked her jeans down to her knees, revealing her long, gorgeous legs. Halfway down, she stopped, unable to remove them fully because of the bandages on her feet. Brad walked in at that moment, carrying her white robe in his hands. He stood still for a moment and watched his wife. While she had raised both her legs, struggling to free her legs from her jeans without disrupting her bandages, she noticed Brad staring at her. When she made eye contact, Her cheeks once again blushed pink. She slowly lowered her legs. Even though she had purposely set up this scene for him, it was still a bit unnerving to undress in front of him for the first time. Her plan had been to undress in front of him and see how he reacted, but Brad's next move threw her off her game. He walked straight toward her and draped her robe over her shoulders. Then he squatted in front of her and started to help her remove her tight jeans. Mid-motion, he stopped. His eyes traveled from her legs up to her face in a flash. Then he rose and helped her put her robe on, wrapping it across her body to cover her up. She was completely covered from neck to knees now. Satisfied, he squatted down again and, as gently as possible, helped her remove her jeans. Hailey was dumbstruck. Her face blazed pink, and she felt as if the temperature in the room had gone up considerably. She couldn't make heads or tails of Brad's body language or gestures. She also didn't know what it meant that he had covered her body so completely. Was this a positive or negative reaction? What does it mean? Was he affected by me? Did he not want to see me naked? Or did he think I was cold? She was left to wonder about it and felt a bit defeated. But when she looked back at his face, she couldn't stop the chuckle. The serious and intense way he was focusing on removing her jeans so gently reminded her of someone trying to defuse a bomb, and she found it amusing. Hearing her, he looked up curiously, and she automatically put her hand on his head and playfully messed up his hair. You're doing good, she affirmed with him. There was a big bright smile on her face. Brad just bowed his head back down and continued to focus on his task. Once done, he carried her to the bathroom. The moment his hands touched her bare legs, she felt the tingle of an electric shock, turning her already pink cheeks crimson red. He put her down on a chair near the bathtub and then faced her. Looking at her reddened face, Brad could tell she was struggling with something, and he was curious about what she was thinking. Thank you, she said with another bright smile. Episode 44. He likes me not. In response to her thanks, Brad nodded, but he still didn't look away because Hailey looked like she had more to say. She decided to change tactics. She hadn't got clear results from step 18, and she acknowledged that it might have been too early to have tried that step, so she decided to use the opportunity to execute a different step from her mission plan. Thinking quickly, she remembered that step 14 was to not be too agreeable. She remembered Amy had told her that most men aren't attracted to extremely agreeable women. She thought this might be because they saw someone who was too agreeable as boring, and they wanted a little more challenge in their lives. Hailey herself hated being overly agreeable. It made her feel like a puppet. So she decided she would sometimes tell Brad no, even if she didn't really care one way or the other. I think I would prefer the maids to help me take a bath after all, she said in a way that sounded a bit shy and mean at the same time. After all, she had to punish him a little for not giving her any reaction when she had undressed. However, Brad remained unbothered by her statement.
Okay, wait here and don't move. I'll call them,
he said and walked out of the bathroom. Later that day, Hailey spent her time studying while Brad went out somewhere. By the time he arrived home, she was already preparing to go to sleep. She was deep in thought, staring at the ceiling while she waited for him. She was trying to figure out how Brad felt about her. In her eyes, their relationship was definitely improving. He had been good to her from the start, but lately, she felt like he was now starting to pay more attention to her. Still, it appeared as though she still had a long way to go when it came to seducing him. While she was deep in her thoughts, she hadn't noticed Brad come into the room. He took the opportunity to observe her while she lay still on the bed, lost in her thoughts. After a few minutes, he didn't say anything but strode toward her with loud footsteps, making his presence known to avoid startling her. Noticing him, Hailey instantly sat up. "Welcome home," she said softly as she turned to look at him. Brad sat on the edge of the bed and uttered a single sound. They settled into bed and were lying quietly, mere inches away from each other. She could tell that Brad was having trouble going to sleep, and for some reason, she was also having the same problem. The two bed lamps on either side of the bed were still casting a soft glow in the room, and Brad was still wearing his mask. The silence was deafening, but neither of them was uncomfortable with it.
"What were you thinking about?"
he unexpectedly asked. She was astounded to hear him initiate a conversation, and a bright smile broke out on her face. She rolled over to face him before answering. "I was wondering if I could ask you something. Can I?"
"Go ahead."
Hailey's entire face lit up even more. Excitement and eagerness glowed in her eyes. On a scale of 0 to 10, how much do you like me right now? She asked, and she held her breath as she waited for his answer. Episode 45, Glass Half Full. Brad glanced at Hailey and saw her holding her breath in anticipation of his answer to her question. He was amused by her expression, and so he answered her with one word, 3. The moment he said it, she looked like she had just heard a jury pronounce her guilty and sentence her to jail. She pouted like a disappointed little kid. Then she rolled away and smothered her face in her pillow.
Just 3? That's so low.
And he said it without even taking the time to think about it. Are you serious? She breathed her frustration into her pillow. But ever the optimist, she realized his answer may have not been that bad after all. Considering the kind of man he was, she thought that 30% was probably a great achievement on her part. Plus, she still had lots of hidden tricks up her sleeves. She took a deep breath and told herself the most important thing was to make sure that they were moving forward, no matter how slowly they moved. What I need to do is work even harder. I can do this. Just you wait, Brad. I will conquer you. Somehow, she was recharged and remotivated. The disappointment on her face faded, and her eyes burned with brand new determination. Thinking about their almost month-long relationship, she was happy with how it had developed so far. She had felt herself warming up to him lately, and it felt good. Good night, she finally said as she turned off the bed lamp beside her. After some minutes, she finally fell asleep. Brad then sat quietly and stared at her for a long while. Eventually, he touched her hair and whispered a soft, "Good night." Mysteriously, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted just before he covered his eyes. After breakfast, Tyler had explained the kidnapping situation to her. He said that, according to the investigation, she'd been kidnapped by mistake and that the people behind it had already been caught and were in jail. Hailey had believed him since what he told her was the only thing that made sense to her. "But how did you find me?"
Your husband actually sent Leo to watch over you that day, so it was quite a lucky coincidence,
Tyler answered as he pointed his hand at Leo. After her questions were answered, Tyler and Leo left the kitchen, leaving Brad and Hailey alone.
"I'm going abroad tonight,"
he said. He watched her face for a reaction and noticed she pressed her lips together before nodding. But the next thing he said made her expression fall.
"It might take long this time."
"How long?" she asked hesitantly.
"I can't say."
All the energy drained from her at his words. She somehow suspected he was telling her he would be gone for a very long time, and she couldn't explain why that made her feel sad. She hadn't felt like this previously when he had told her he was leaving. Why now, she wondered. Is it because he might be gone for a much longer time? Looking at her sad expression, Brad's fist clenched slightly. However, after a short moment, Hailey, who was looking disheartened, lifted her head and took a deep breath. She then stared at Brad with an adorable expression as her eyes twinkled like stars. Brad had been with her long enough now to know that whenever she wore that adorable expression, she would most likely ask him for a favor.
"Tell me,"
he said, causing her eyes to widen before she opened her mouth to reply. "Then, before you go, can we go on a date?" Episode 46, A Home Cinema. Brad initially agreed to her request. However, when he remembered her injury, he changed his answer.
"You're hurt,"
he said. "It's okay. I wasn't planning on going anywhere anyway. Would you mind staying in and just binging some movies with me?" Hailey's eyes grew even more adorable as she pressed her palms together, begging like a child for her father to buy her the pony that she had been dreaming of her entire life. Her pleas were a lethal weapon that could knock anyone senseless and make them agree to whatever she asked for.
"Okay, let's do that,"
Brad replied after a long look at her pleading face. Her face lit up with joy at his response. It had been a long time since she had just sat down and binged movies, simply because she hadn't wanted to watch them alone. Lately, Owen, who used to be her movie pal, had been turning her down with every imaginable excuse whenever she had suggested to him to watch a movie, leaving her bewildered. But since he was recovering from his illness, she did not force him too much. Since her feet were injured, Hailey called the maids and asked them to set everything up. She had a plan. A few minutes later, Brad carried her toward the living room. A television with a huge screen had been set up in front of a large red bed. The gray curtains blocked the light from outside. The only light was a romantic glow of the silver chandelier. Brad gently set Hailey down on the bed, and she leaned against the headboard. He sat down beside her. The first movie I ever saw in a movie theater was a cartoon one, she began. What about you? I never go to movie theaters, he replied. Okay. Then consider this your first time. What do you want to watch? Action, comedy, love story, thriller? She asked. Up to you, was all he said. She decided that the best course of action was to go back to basics. She didn't want to rush things, figuring it would be better to just relax and not think too much. She thought about the steps listed in her notebook and chose what she thought was the easiest one. Step 5 was for her to just be herself. Amy hadn't said very much about the 5th step. She had simply said, just let him see who you really are. If he likes you, you're all set. Hailey had understood her at the time and had actually been following that rule the entire time. This time, the only difference was that she planned on forgetting about her notes after she chose the movie. She wanted to just spend the day with Brad and see what would happen. She chose a comedy for the first movie. For the first few minutes of the movie, her attention was on the screen, and she laughed a lot. She noticed that Brad wasn't laughing, though, so her own laughter began to fade. Brad showed no reaction at all to the movie and was instead watching her. What's he doing? Why isn't he laughing? She wondered. Then she remembered her plan. She turned away from him and returned her attention to the movie. At one point, she laughed so hard that she started rolling around on the bed, holding her stomach. Since Brad was still unresponsive, she imagined that she was watching the movie with Owen, who she knew would be laughing just as hard as she was. Later in the movie, she found herself slapping Brad's shoulder while she laughed. She was completely immersed in the story, in sharp contrast to her silent, motionless husband. He wasn't even looking at the screen. He was still focused only on the woman beside him. The next movie they watched was a romantic comedy. Brad watched Hailey with increasing curiosity as she giggled and hugged her pillow. She pulled his arm closer to her during one scene, only to brush it aside a few minutes later when something in the movie upset her. After a particularly happy scene, she clapped loudly, like the audience in a movie theater might do. He marveled at her strange but adorable behavior. Episode 47, an emotional roller coaster. Then the third movie started. Hailey had chosen an action movie. At first, she watched it quietly. As the story grew more intense, though, so did her reactions. She covered her face with a pillow during the most violent scenes. When the main character was about to be shot and killed, she hid behind Brad. Run! Run faster! She cried. Her unpredictable and rapidly changing emotions fascinated Brad. At the end of the movie, when the villain died a gruesome death, her eyes welled up. Brad had been watching her for several hours and was already overflowing with wonder and curiosity. Her tears confused him, though. He hadn't expected her to cry at the villain's death. He reached for a box of tissues and handed it to her, watching intently as she dabbed at her eyes. Seeing her display so many different emotions left him speechless. He couldn't believe that a lifeless screen could make her laugh and cry so hard. She had been on an emotional roller coaster while they watched the 3 different genres of movies. She cried for a few more minutes. Then Brad, who had remained motionless and had shown no emotional reaction for several hours, spoke. He killed lots of people. Why do you care that he died? He asked, resting his chin on his hand. The movie he was asking about, the third one that they had watched, was about a man who had become a ruthless serial killer. He had killed people mercilessly for sport, while the protagonist had hunted him down. At the end of the story, after the killer's own gruesome death, there had been a flashback that had shown his own family's brutal death, which had prompted him to plot his revenge against everyone involved. Hailey was stunned. She realized that she had completely ignored Brad for almost the entire time. More importantly, he hadn't shown any interest in the movies. Why is he asking me that? She wondered. She thought for a moment before replying. I don't know. But it's not like sympathizing with his backstory means I'm on his side. He was totally heartless, and what he did was wrong, no matter what his reasons were. But I think his reason for killing everyone was the saddest part of the movie. Brad remained silent for a moment. Then he gently reached out to smooth her hair. She smiled at him and seemed to be returning to her normal, energetic self. Seeing the return of her bright smile, Brad asked, "Want to watch one more?" "No, I'm tired." She shook her head as she yawned and stretched her arms. "So, how was your first time at a movie theater?" "Not bad," he replied. Hailey sighed. She knew she was the only one who had enjoyed the experience that she had dared to call a date. "You were bored, weren't you?" she asked. Brad, seeing her disappointment, patted her head gently.
I didn't have time to get bored because you were so noisy, he said, rendering her speechless. And wild. You couldn't sit still, he continued, causing her mouth to drop open in disbelief. Hailey couldn't hold her laughter back. She reached out and tousled his hair playfully, still laughing in amusement. Why are you being so cute today? She continued. Her eyes sparkled as though she had just seen Brad transform himself into an adorable little monster. Hailey's question was unscripted. It was part of her overall plan of just being herself. Unfortunately, it turned out to be quite destructive. Cute, Brad thought. When he heard Hailey use that word to describe him, his brow furrowed. He remained silent. Who is she calling cute? Episode 48. Let me help you with that. Later that night, as they were finishing their dinner, Brad reminded her that he would be going away. He would leave Leo with her as her bodyguard. From that point on, Leo would go with her wherever she went. Even when I spend the night at Owen's place? She asked. Just leave him outside, he replied. She sighed. She had noticed that whenever Brad was talking about someone other than her, he reverted to his cold, heartless tone. He's not serious, is he? How could I leave that cute thing out in the cold, dark hallway by himself? She thought. An hour later, Brad was ready to leave. Since Hailey was injured and couldn't perform her kiss and run trick, she just gazed at him from her seat in the living room. I'm heading out, he said, and then he turned his back on her and walked away. She watched him for a few seconds and then called out. Wait, she said hesitantly. He turned around. Hailey nodded shyly toward Mr. Green and Mr. Clark, indicating to Brad that she wanted him to come closer so that they could speak privately. I have something to tell you. Seeing her shy expression, Brad walked back and stopped in front of her. She motioned him closer so that she could whisper something to him. He bent down and turned his ear toward her. Several seconds passed, and she hadn't said a single word. Curious, he turned to look at her. As soon as he was facing her, he felt a warm kiss land on the tip of his nose. Oops, I was aiming for his cheek. He turned too quickly. Hailey laughed to herself. They were both speechless. Hailey turned as red as a tomato, while Brad, who remained motionless, stared at her. Hailey had gone into mission mode. She was performing Step 12, which said to occasionally surprise him with simple things. She had wanted to do something for him before he left, but in her current state, there wasn't much she could do other than plant a quick kiss. At least she managed to surprise him. Actually, I surprised both of us, she thought. Noticing how close Brad still was to her, she inched back, biting her lip. Have a safe trip, she said. He finally stepped away. He muttered as he stood up and patted her hair. Then he walked away and disappeared from view. The next day, Hailey found herself being followed around by an elderly man, overflowing with majestic elegance, who had been introduced as Mr. Wilson, the substitute butler. She was slightly suspicious of him. She felt like there was no way he was just a butler. However, that was how Mr. Green had introduced him, so she worried that she might be overthinking things. Days went by. Hailey spent her time studiously reading in her study. She did little else until a week later when her injury was finally healed. Oh, Mr. Wilson, what are you doing? Hailey rushed toward the elderly butler, who was struggling with a potted fern that he was carrying. Hailey took it from him and grasped his hand. They were tending to the garden, and Hailey worried that he was working too hard. Remember what I told you? I'll do it. Here, take this. Hailey took a pruner and gave it to him. You can prune some of the plants, okay? Please don't worry about me so much, ma'am. It wasn't too heavy, he said with a laugh. Oh, come on. Don't behave like a stubborn grandpa. What am I supposed to do if you hurt your back? I'm pretty strong, but I wouldn't be able to carry you, Hailey said. She was so worried that Mr. Wilson felt compelled to obey her. Okay, I'll take the pruner. But remember that you shouldn't overexert yourself either. It hurts this old grandpa's heart, he said, tapping his chest and smiling. Now you're the one who's wearing too much, Grandpa. It's not hard work. And I happen to like doing it myself. Don't worry, I'm used to it. You truly are amazing, ma'am, he replied. Of course I am, she said playfully, with a smug expression that made Mr. Wilson laugh. She sighed. Ever since Mr. Wilson had appeared, she hadn't been left alone. He had stuck to her like glue from the moment she left her room every morning. He had eaten with her and accompanied her everywhere. He had tried to help her with everything and could be very stubborn about it. She had been bracing herself for Leo's constant companionship, but he hadn't appeared since her conversation with Brad. Now she had a butler watching over her. She sometimes worried about him. He was elderly and seemed weak, and he really wasn't very good at household chores.
He was pleasant and cheerful, though, always laughing and telling jokes that made both of them crack up. She was drawn to his warmth, so she had befriended him. She had even decided to keep calling him Grandpa. "Grandpa, are you really a butler?" she asked. "You just don't look like one at all." "Ha ha ha. Like I told you, I'm a substitute. So for now, ma'am, yes, I'm a butler. A novice one." "Uh-huh. You're so stubborn," she teased. Mr. Wilson replied, "You're the stubborn one, ma'am. Do you realize how many times you've asked this poor old butler that same question?" She was speechless. She sighed and decided to stop asking, at least for the moment. Episode 49, Darkness and Light. The new butler, Mr. Wilson, was in fact none other than the elderly man who had ordered Hailey's kidnapping several days previous. He was Brad's grandfather, Anderson Lopez. He was the father of Brad's late mother, Riley, and he was also the last king of the kingdom of Talavantia. 14 years earlier, without ever disclosing his reasons, King Anderson had managed to convince his loyalists to abolish the monarchy and turn Talavantia into a republic. It was rumored that the real reason behind his abrupt decision was because of the disappearance of his grandson and only heir, who had never appeared in public. Curiously, there had never been an official announcement about the rumored prince either, creating a mountain of never-ending gossip and theories about his existence that had persisted for 14 years. There were so many questions about the abolition of the monarchy and the prince's existence, and the facts had been buried so deeply that the truth might never be uncovered. More than a decade after his decision, the former king lived among the secret ultra-rich, who preferred to stay out of the public eye. He had become the owner of a large corporation and was among the richest and most powerful men in East Asia, but his name had never appeared on lists of powerful billionaires. Unbeknownst to many, the former king had remained at the highest echelon of power, influencing both businesses and politics in Talavantia and abroad. A man dressed in black approached the king-turned-butler who was sitting in the garden watching Hailey from a distance as she read a book. "Your Majesty, what will you do if His Royal Highness suddenly shows up?" the man whispered while he hid behind the bushes. "What do you mean, Peterson?" the king asked. Won't His Highness be angry if he sees you here?" Peterson whispered back. King Anderson turned to Peterson. "Why would he get angry at his own grandfather?" "His wife was injured that day," Peterson reminded him. "Idiot! That's why I'm here. I'm paying for my men's idiocy," the old king sighed. And then he glanced up at the clear blue sky, looking relieved. "But I'm glad I came after all." The truth was that King Anderson had disguised himself and gone to the Grey Mansion to observe Hailey. He was planning to test her. However, from the moment he first saw her, he had not seen anything about the clever young lady that displeased him. She had no hidden intentions, and there was nothing fake about her. She always showed her true self. The longer he spent observing and talking to her, the more he approved of her. "She shines like a light, that young woman. I have never met anyone brighter. I wonder how Brad feels when he's with her," the king continued, making the man behind him frown with curiosity. "Sire, what do you mean?" Peterson asked. King Anderson replied, "That young lady is like a ball of fire. She could melt Brad if he let his guard down. Maybe even burn him a little." Then he sighed. Surprised by the king's answer, Peterson asked another question. "If that's the case, why aren't you happy?" The king remained silent for a moment before replying. "With Brad, things will never be easy. Those two are like night and day. He is the darkness, and she is the light. Can you imagine experiencing night and day at the same time?" He looked up at the sky, and his hidden companion saw sorrow in his eyes. "Sire, that means that the only way for them to be together is for His Highness to stop being so dark, or the young lady to stop being so bright," Peterson said. "That's right. If only it were as easy as you make it sound." Episode 50. What would you like to know? It had been more than 2 weeks since Brad had departed, and Hailey hadn't heard from him. It was as if he had just disappeared without a trace. Every time he left, Hailey felt that something strange was going on. She couldn't put her finger on it, though. He was shrouded in mystery, and whenever he left, he disappeared so completely that she wondered if he was just a dream. "Do you miss him?" Mr. Wilson asked as they strolled through the garden and watered the plants. Hailey smiled. "I do." It was the longest she had gone without seeing him. She hadn't expected to miss him so much, but she had realized that she needed to feel his presence. "His occasional absences are inevitable. Is that all right with you?" the butler asked. She was silent for a moment. Then Then she turned to face the elderly butler. I think I'm okay with it. I know he has a lot to do, but this is the longest he's been away. I miss him a little more every day. Her cute, awkward smile and sincere words warmed Mr. Wilson's heart. He had been growing distant from the world, but the young lady walking beside him was pulling him back. She was like the sun awakening him from a deep sleep. I'm sure he misses you even more, ma'am, he reassured her. You think so? She asked. Why not? You think your grandpa is lying? Mr. Wilson asked with a smile. Sorry, Grandpa, but I'm not really convinced. Hailey chuckled mischievously for a moment and then continued more seriously. When it comes to Brad, how can I say this? He's a bit hard to read. He's like a book I can't even open because the cover has been glued shut. Is that frustrating? The butler asked. She paused, putting a hand on her hip. Frustrating? No, I guess not. But I admit my curiosity has been increasing recently, and I might burst soon. I'm trying to hold on and be patient. They walked silently for a moment, and then she spoke again. Grandpa, I think it's time for us to have a little chat. You promised to tell me about Brad if I cooked for you for a week, remember? He smiled. She looked like a spoiled teenager who was about to make an outrageous demand of her old grandpa. So you won't go easy on this old man, he said. Nope, she replied. Mr. Wilson sighed. Okay, I'll tell you. They sat down in the gazebo. Hailey looked incredibly excited. So, what did you want to know about him? Do you want to know why he wears a mask? Mr. Wilson asked. Hailey's eyes widened and sparkled with delight. She imagined being offered a gold box containing the most mysterious secret in the world. Then the sparkle vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Instead of seeing a gold box, she now saw Pandora's box, and she knew that opening it could unleash damage that she wouldn't be able to undo. Noticing her expression, Mr. Wilson laughed. Are you that scared of him? She quickly shook her head. It's not fear. I just don't want to do anything that would anger him. And I would never purposely break my promise, she said with determination, even as disappointment flashed across her face. Are you saying you're okay with never knowing anything about him? She shook her head even more quickly. No, I wouldn't be okay with it forever, but I'm not in a rush. I hope he'll tell me everything himself someday. What if that day never comes? Mr. Wilson asked. Her eyes narrowed, and then she flashed an evil grin. I'll force it out of him. Of course you will. But how? This old grandpa wants to witness it with his own 2 eyes. It's my secret, but I'll get the truth out of him, she replied. Her eyes suddenly burned with determination. Her fighting spirit made Mr. Wilson smile. He was sure that no one else in the world was more suitable for Brad than the young lady seated next to him. He was rooting for her. That's the spirit, ma'am. He beamed with satisfaction. And because of your determination, you get a reward. I can answer as many questions as you want, as long as you don't ask who he really is. How about it? Episode 51, A Sweet Boy. Hailey and Mr. Wilson sat facing each other in the gazebo, both looking as if the most eagerly awaited interview of the century were about to begin. So, what would you like to know? The majestic old butler asked with a soft smile, breaking the silence. Hailey, who had been lost in thought, sat up straight and stared at him intently. She looked like a treasure hunter about to set off on an adventure. She was entering a danger zone, but it was a familiar danger. What was Brad like when he was young? She asked. Her voice was soft, filled with curiosity and sincerity. Her eyes shone intensely, and she gave off an energy so strong that Mr. Wilson could feel it. The effect was so powerful that even the most secretive person would tell her anything that she wanted to know. He smiled to himself, as if he had just discovered his own hidden treasure, one that was as beautiful as it was dangerous. The most interesting thing was that she didn't seem to have any awareness at all about how irresistible she was. She was just being her curious and sincere self without realizing that she was doing anything more than asking questions. He smiled at her as he spoke. How young? How about up to age 10, she suggested. Looking pleased with her question, he nodded happily, as if he were excited to tell a favorite bedtime story to his granddaughter. At that age, he was, Would you believe me if I told you he was really adorable? Especially up until age 5. Really? Did he laugh and talk a lot? She was an eager listener. If Mr. Wilson was the excited grandfather telling stories, she easily fulfilled the role of granddaughter, begging to hear more of her favorite character's adventures.
Not a lot, but yes, he did talk a bit at that age. He was really bright, too. Really clever and sweet, he continued.
Huh? Sweet? Her smile slowly faded. She was speechless. She tried to imagine how a cold statue whose face was hidden behind a black mask could be sweet. She even tried visualizing the statue feeding her chocolates, smiling sweetly and saying, "Open wide," as it placed the chocolate on her tongue. The image boggled her mind, and she choked on her own laughter. She coughed. Mr. Wilson patted her back, laughing mischievously at her as if he knew what she had been imagining. It hadn't occurred to Hailey that her conversation with Mr. Wilson would make her feel so strange. Who is that boy he's describing? That's not Brad at all. Or maybe the Brad in my head isn't the real one, she thought. A new image of him popped into her mind. This one was a ceramic cat who sat motionless and expressionless while she petted him.
You can't imagine him being sweet, can you? I understand. Would you believe that he even used to kiss me on the cheeks and hug my legs when he cried?
Mr. Wilson asked. Her brain started to spin as the butler spoke. She wondered if his stories were meant to tease her. She tried to imagine Brad kissing her cheek, calling her his sweetheart, and asking her to cuddle as he reached out for a hug. The images shocked her. She shook her head violently and repeated, "No, no, no. Stop it, Grandpa. It's impossible for Brad to act like that." He laughed at her reaction.
What are you imagining? Remember that I'm talking about a 5-year-old child,
he said mischievously. Her face reddened. Yeah, where is my mind going? She laughed to herself. It was impossible for her to even imagine the current version of Brad suddenly being sweet and cuddly. However, when she imagined the adult Brad shrinking into a 5-year-old boy, the cuteness was much easier to see. She realized that she would have loved to shower little Brad with hugs and kisses, even if he had been just as cold and emotionless as adult Brad. Episode 52. Perfect timing. Okay, I have another question. Hailey switched gears and stared intently at Mr. Wilson again. She had found the first hidden treasure and was now ready for a more difficult challenge. That was fast, Mr. Wilson thought. She seemed to have gotten over the shock of learning Brad had once been a sweet child. Was there anything he liked when he was young? She asked. The innocence and curiosity in her eyes made him smile again. She asked about the simplest but most beautiful aspects of his grandson. He couldn't help wanting to tell her everything. Even when he was that young, he wasn't picky. But he didn't have anything I would call his favorite thing. He paused when he saw her smile fade. He laughed briefly and then continued. However, there was one thing I believe he really did like. Hailey brightened. She moved closer to him and sat up straight again. What was it? Please tell me, Grandpa.
Oh, she is good,
Mr. Wilson thought. He was amused and delighted with the things he was slowly discovering about the adorable, bright-eyed young lady sitting in front of him. Seeing her plead with him so sweetly made him feel like the happiest old man in the world. It had been more than a decade since someone had pleaded with him like that, and her questions brought him joy.
It was the piano,
he finally said. Hailey blinked. Huh? Really? She uttered. He smiled wistfully.
Back then, the sound of a piano would always calm him down no matter how upset he was. It was his lullaby. He had a hard time sleeping without it.
Hailey could hear the sadness in his voice as he recalled moments from a forgotten past. She sensed his pain and sorrow and felt an urge to cry.
Are you surprised?
He asked. She smiled and nodded, feeling a little tug at her heartstrings. I didn't know he liked piano music. Did he play? She asked.
No, he never learned. It's not like he couldn't, he just didn't want to. He said he only liked listening to it,
he replied. Who played it for him? She asked.
His mother,
the butler responded. Hailey sighed and looked away, not noticing the deep sorrow that flashed across the elderly man's face.
Why are you sighing?
He asked. I'm relieved because I thought he didn't have a family, but now I'm glad to know he does. Really glad, she exclaimed. Mr. Wilson, who could hear genuine relief in her voice, asked,
Why?
Do I need a reason? It's sad being alone, so I'm really happy to know that he's not. She smiled brightly. The butler, however, did not smile. Instead, a hint of coldness, reminiscent of Brad, flickered in his eyes. Hailey's smile faded again.
Well, there are people he calls family, but not the kind of family you're talking about,
he said. She was speechless. Mr. Wilson's sudden coldness stunned her. Just then a voice called out, piercing through the cold.
Ma'am, dinner's ready.
Leo abruptly appeared in the gazebo, and Hailey turned to look at him. Oh, okay, she muttered before turning back to Mr. Wilson. His warmth had returned, and he was his usual cheerful self again. What just happened? Why did his mood change like that? She wondered.
No wonder I'm so cold. I'm starving. My poor stomach is calling out to me,
Mr. Wilson laughed. His words were followed by a weak grumbling from his stomach that made all three of them laugh. Hailey felt bad for the elderly man. Sorry, Grandpa, she apologized, taking his hand to help him stand.
Why are you apologizing? There's no need for that, Miss Hailey,
he said. I'm not apologizing to you, Grandpa. I'm apologizing to your poor stomach, she joked. They all laughed again and then headed back toward the mansion. The king turned butler, looked away, and sighed in relief.
I was too close. Her questions are getting dangerous,
he thought. He was grateful for Leo's well-timed interruption. Episode 53, A Normal Old Man. When Saturday morning rolled around, Hailey and Leo left the Gray Mansion. She told the house staff that she was going to spend the night at her little brother's place. As soon as Hailey left, the king turned butler departed as well, accompanied by Peterson. On their way back to New York Harbor, Mr. Wilson assumed the appearance of Mr. Lopez.
How did it go, Peterson? Were you able to get past Brad's barriers and find out anything about her?
Mr. Lopez was firm and serious, the complete opposite of the warm and cheerful elderly butler.
Let's be realistic, Your Majesty. You know how tough your grandson is. He doesn't trust us anymore. All information about her has been secured or erased. I can't find anything.
Peterson, who was the king's most trusted advisor, even though he was only a few years older than Brad, looked troubled.
That little. Why is he hiding everything?
Mr. Lopez asked.
That's the big question, sire, but I'm not sure who's really responsible for it. It could be His Highness himself who did it, or it could be that guy Tyler.
Peterson replied. He scowled when he mentioned Tyler's name. Mr. Lopez sighed. He knew they would never find anything if Brad had hidden the information. He looked at Peterson and said,
Tyler's just as difficult as Brad. I can't get anything out of him.
He sighed again. Peterson, sensing an opportunity, suggested,
maybe it's time to stop looking.
Mr. Lopez's response made Peterson's jaw drop.
No, keep going. If computers and high-tech intelligence are useless, then go back to the pre-internet days. Old-fashioned gossip might help.
Peterson sighed.
Stubborn old man, he thought.
Still, he had to go along with the king's wishes. He had to admit that he was still curious about Hailey. He had noticed that Mr. Lopez had changed since his arrival at Gray Mansion, and he was sure that it was because of her. He had been guarding the former king for almost a decade. He had lived in the palace as a child, so he had seen what Mr. Lopez was like when he was still the king. More than a decade after stepping down, the only royalty left in him was his majestic aura. The protocols that he had followed were long gone. Peterson now saw a normal, elderly man who wanted a great-grandchild. It was a long, tiring day for Hailey. Miss Lee called her, and they went first to the National Library and then to a mall, where they spent the rest of the day shopping. Leo watched over both of them. After Miss Lee left, Hailey and Leo went straight to Cold Spring. Hailey pulled her little brother into a hug, which surprised Leo. He wasn't used to seeing such affection.
Who's he?
Owen asked curiously, glancing at Leo. Owen, this is Leo, Brad's younger brother. Leo, this is Owen, my younger brother. Even though Hailey usually introduced Leo as Brad's brother, Leo was still shocked to hear it. He would never think of his boss as his brother. The three of them had a good time together that evening. Owen was thrilled to make a new friend, and he and Leo stayed up playing video games until they passed out. Episode 54, Locked Out. Hailey still hadn't heard from Brad. Even though she was busy studying for her entrance exam, she missed him. When are you coming back? She whispered to herself. A week went by. The house grew cold and silent. Mr. Wilson had departed a few days previously, and without his smile to brighten the atmosphere, gloom lingered in every nook and cranny. The stillness was driving Hailey crazy. For the first time since she had set foot in the Gray Mansion, she felt an indescribable sadness. She buried herself in her pile of books. The exam was getting closer and studying provided a distraction. When she was immersed in her books, she was able to ignore the gloom. One morning, after studying for several hours, she took a break and went out into the garden, carrying her precious notebook. She waved to Mr. Green and the maids, who had also stepped outside for some fresh air. She wandered through the garden, lost in thought. Even though she was spending so much of her time studying, she hadn't forgotten her mission. She could see that her current situation wasn't ideal. She couldn't just sit quietly and wait for Brad's return. She needed to do something. I need to stick to my mission, even though he's still gone, she thought. She sat on the grass and opened her notebook, studying every step with the careful concentration of a detective trying to crack a code. She was surprised to see that she had only executed 12 steps in the month she had spent with Brad. Really? That's it? She sighed. She was disappointed with herself. She pouted and bit her lip, tugging on her hair as she stared at the pages. After a few minutes, she jumped up and shouted with joy, as if she had deciphered the code. Her eyes brightened and she felt fully recharged. "Leo? Are you there?" she called out. Leo, as stealthy as a ninja, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Right here, ma'am." He stood like a soldier ready to receive an order. "Can you give me Brad's cell phone number?" she asked. Leo froze. "Sorry, Miss Hailey, I don't have it," he replied. Hailey remained silent for a moment. She sat down again and looked up at Leo with eyes that reminded him of a sad kitten. "I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I think you just don't want me to have it. Even Mr. Green won't tell me. Why are you keeping it from me?" she asked. She was devastated and looked like she was about to cry. Before Leo could respond, she stormed back toward the mansion and locked every door. She ran into her room and locked that door too. Leo and the rest of the house staff were stunned, and they glanced at each other in shocked silence. Hailey had never behaved like that before. She had always been serene and composed and had never been that upset. Her uncharacteristic behavior shook them to the core. Episode 55, Tears and Hugs. Leo returned to his senses. He was still upset and scared, but he knew that he couldn't just stand there. He had to do something. He considered sneaking into the house, but he didn't know what Hailey was up to and didn't want to make the situation worse. Mr. Green and the maid started talking at the same time. "What should we do?" one maid asked. "What if something happens to her while we're stuck out here?" another one cried. "Please don't say such a thing," Mr. Green responded. "What should we do?" the first maid repeated her question. Everyone was scurrying around in a panic. The only person who had remained motionless was Leo, who was so still that he seemed to be rooted to the earth. He was lost in thought. He knew that if he didn't fix their current problem, the consequences would be severe. In addition to locking the external doors, Hailey had also locked herself in her room. She had been scribbling in her notebook with the intense concentration of a general planning a siege of an impenetrable city. Not noticing that it was already dark outside, she had kept writing. She stopped only when she felt hungry. She left her room and was shocked to find Leo, Mr. Green, and a maid standing outside and looking in at her. They looked tired, as though they had been standing there for hours. Remembering what she had done, Hailey's mouth dropped. Overcome with guilt, she ran toward the door. She had locked the doors to show them how upset she was. She had assumed that they could unlock them whenever they wanted. She had also assumed that at least part of his staff, most likely Leo or Mr. Green, had Brad's number. When she saw them standing outside, it occurred to her that even if they had his number, he might have ordered them not to give it to her. The realization upset her even more. But why are they still outside? Why didn't they just unlock the door and come in? What have I done? She wondered. She unlocked and opened the door for them. Mr. Green and the maids all burst into worried cries. One of the maids, out of worry, started crying at the sight of Hailey. Hailey froze. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to lock you out," she cried. They all shook their heads. "No, ma'am, there's no need to apologize. It's our fault," Mr. Green said. Hailey reached out to hug them all. "I'm okay now. I was just a bit upset. Please stop crying." Her soothing words calmed them, and their worries disappeared as her arms wrapped around them. Feeling comforted and relieved, they left. All except for Leo, who still looked as tense as he had when Hailey had spotted him through the window. He looked like a troubled soldier who had just made the mistake of sending a false alarm to his general. "What's wrong?" she asked with concern. He looked up for a moment and then back at the ground. I'm sorry, Miss Hailey," he said softly. Hailey smiled and patted his shoulder, trying to calm him down. "I said I'm okay. People get upset every now and then, you know, including me," she said. "Don't worry. I am not angry or upset with you.
It's all Brad's fault for being so stern. I'm going to beat him up when he's back, she continued, pouting. Her words cheered Leo up. He laughed at the idea that she would beat him up for the trouble he had caused. Nobody had dared to talk about Brad like that. Nobody but Hailey. Episode 56. Brad returns. It was already past midnight when a black car quietly pulled up to Gray Mansion. The car door opened and a man with a terrifying, brooding aura stepped out. As soon as Leo saw him, cold sweat trickled down his back. When Hailey hadn't opened the door after an hour, Leo had decided to send an emergency message to Brad, even though it was forbidden to contact him. This was the reason he had not given Hailey Brad's number. Leo's message had been short. Miss Hailey is in trouble. So when Hailey had opened the door 2 hours later, Leo had realized that he was now the one in trouble, and from that moment, he felt doomed. He knew that Brad was already on his way back by the time Hailey emerged, and it was too late to tell him it was a false alarm. Where is she? Brad's terrifying voice cut through the night. The sound was enough to make Leo's knees knock together in fear. The man was back to his pre-Hailey self. He was stone cold, emotionless, and terrifying. He was shrouded in pitch black aura, and it felt like anything he touched might suffocate. He was unrecognizable from the man who spent time around Hailey. She's already asleep, boss, Leo finally answered. What happened? Brad asked sharply. Well, she was... Leo felt he was trapped in a corner, and he was so nervous that he could barely speak. He knew it was never wise to anger Brad when he was like this. However, he couldn't think of what else to tell him apart from the truth, since lying wasn't an option. Just say it, Brad said firmly, and Leo once again shuddered in fear. Brad's cold voice always scared him, but it seemed more intense than usual this time. Leo knew he had no choice. He mentally prepared himself for the worst and then just spoke. Well, she said... He stuttered, then he just spat it out. She said she wanted to beat you. As soon as those words came out of his mouth, a quiet breeze seemed to pass by, and the whole world seemed to grind to a halt. Another man had climbed out of the car. It was Tyler, and he watched with interest with a dark expression on his face. Leo waited for Brad's reaction, terrified. Meanwhile, Brad was completely stunned. His terrifying aura suspended for a moment, while he tried to comprehend what he had heard. Deafening silence descended. The young man in front of him silently pleaded, I'm sorry, miss. Please forgive me. I had no choice, but I know this man will never lay a finger on you. Why? Leo's thoughts were interrupted by a single word. He noticed that Brad's ice-cold demeanor had changed. He exhaled in quiet relief as if he had just escaped death. Sensing that this was the time to speak, Leo decided he could tell him everything. He must. He would beg for Hailey's forgiveness and accept her punishment when this was all over. Well, she said because you're so mean, Leo said. Brad was silent again for a while and then asked, Mean? Me? Why? She asked me for your cell phone number, and when I wouldn't give it to her, she stormed in the house and locked herself inside for 5 hours and wouldn't let anyone enter, he explained. Upon hearing what Leo told him, Brad was speechless. His dark aura was slowly subsiding as his confusion and curiosity got the better of him. Miss Hailey said she was so upset, Leo continued, and that's when Brad felt the crack in his armor. He didn't know why, but it was as though a huge meteor had just fallen on him when he had heard that his wife was upset. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed through the night. This is indeed trouble. Terrifyingly huge trouble. Listen to me, Brad. She said you're mean, and she wanted to beat you. That means you're the reason she's upset, Tyler announced in a loud voice that cut through the darkness. He looked serious, but inside, he was laughing like a devil. His dark expression from a moment ago had vanished into thin air. Brad heard Tyler's words, but remained motionless. It was a complete surprise, and he couldn't comprehend what he was hearing. At the same time, he was shocked by his own reaction. What will you do now? Tyler asked in a serious tone as he continued grinning on the inside. He was amused by the troubled expression on this man's face, which now looked completely different from his monstrous appearance only moments ago. Brad didn't answer. Instead, he threw his question back at him. What should I do? That's easy, Tyler said as he put his arm around Brad's shoulders. Just let her beat you, and then it'll be settled. Tyler then laughed aloud and said, I would love to see that. Wait, I should record it. And with that, he laughed some more. Episode 57, Find Me a Teddy Bear.
Just let her beat you and then it'll be settled.
When he heard Tyler's advice, Brad shrugged his hand off his shoulder.
I can't wake her up now. We need to get back right away,
he said. Tyler tugged at his hair, demonstrating his disappointment.
Damn it, what bad timing,
Tyler thought.
And then you'll just have to let her beat you when we're officially back, okay?
Tyler was beginning to sound like he really wanted to see Brad beaten up by his wife.
Shut up, Brad said coldly.
Then he walked toward the entrance to the house. Some moments later, the door of their bedroom was pushed open gently and silently. The room was lit by the soft yellow light of the bedside lamp. He walked quietly over to the bed and stared down at the sleeping figure, still clutching a book in her hand. After a few moments, he gently took the book out of her hands and placed it on the bedside table. Gazing at Hailey's peaceful, angelic face, Brad felt strangely comforted, as if she were a calm oasis in the middle of a vast desert. He watched her sleeping, and after a while, he began to caress her soft cheek gently without thinking. Moments later, he realized what he was doing and didn't understand what had made him touch her like that. He was just about to stop when Hailey reached out her hand and he froze. Then she clasped his hand, pulled it toward her, and held it like a teddy bear or pillow. She didn't wake, but continued to sleep soundly. Brad was completely bewildered, first by his own spontaneous affectionate gesture, but also by the situation he now found himself in. Hailey continued sleeping peacefully without letting go of his hand. He didn't move a muscle. He didn't want to wake her up, but he also needed to leave as soon as possible. He had no idea how to remove his hand without disturbing her. Tyler sent a message to Brad to say that they were running out of time and needed to leave immediately. However, when he received Brad's reply, he had to read it twice to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Bring me a teddy bear.
What? A teddy bear? Why?
Tyler said aloud, his voice echoing in the quiet living room. But he soon somehow realized what was going on.
Leo, find a teddy bear, quickly. Go to the maid's house. They might have one there.
As soon as he received the instruction, Leo disappeared. A few minutes later, he returned with a small teddy bear. Tyler grabbed it from him and ran upstairs. He quietly opened the door to the bedroom, and his eyes widened when he saw the awkward position that Brad had gotten himself into. He crept over to the bed, trying hard not to make a sound. Tyler knew if they woke Hailey, they might not be able to leave at all. So, with the care of 2 soldiers tasked with defusing a bomb, they began to extricate Brad's hand from Hailey's grasp while carefully trying to replace it with the teddy bear. Hailey's brows knitted halfway through the delicate process, and she made a quiet, grumbling sound in her sleep. Brad and Tyler immediately froze and stopped breathing. They waited until her face relaxed and she started to breathe evenly again. The moment they were sure she was asleep, Tyler signaled for Brad to continue removing his hand, and after a short while, the teddy bear was in place. Brad, finally free of Hailey's grip, stood up. They were preparing to leave when they heard another noise, and Hailey again moved unexpectedly. Tyler grabbed Brad and pulled him down onto the floor, signaling him to hide. The 2 of them lay flat at the end of the bed as though they were soldiers hiding from the enemy. Tyler had his hand over his mouth and his shoulders were shaking. He was desperately trying not to laugh. Brad, on the other hand, was wondering what the hell they were doing, acting like a couple of guilty kids. After a few moments, they heard a quiet moan come from Hailey, and then a second after that, the light was switched off. Damn, she's awake, they both thought. They waited a little longer, and soon they heard her breathing evenly again. So they reckoned she must have only been half awake when she turned off the light. When they were satisfied she was sound asleep again, the 2 men carefully crept out of the room. Once they had reached the living room, they each breathed a huge sigh of relief. Tyler burst out laughing as soon as they were outside the house. He was laughing so much that he was doubled up. Brad, on the other hand, just looked back at the house. He stood there quietly for a moment before walking toward the car. Episode 58, The Cell Phone. Hailey woke up confused and suspicious the next morning. She was staring at the book on the table that she had been reading the night before. Then her eyes fell on the small white teddy bear on her bed. She was still half asleep, but when she remembered her dream, that Brad had been sitting on the bed caressing her cheek as she fell asleep in his arms, she jumped up and ran toward the door. She looked around, but saw no one. She then walked toward the kitchen and found the butler preparing her breakfast. "Mr. Green, did Brad come home last night?" she asked. The butler turned around in surprise.
"He did arrive home late last night, Miss Hailey. How did you know?"
he replied with a smile. Her eyes immediately sparkled when she heard this. "Where is he?" she asked, sounding excited. When he saw how excited she was, the butler's face fell.
"I'm sorry, Miss Hailey. He already left."
She fell silent. She didn't quite know why, but she felt so miserable. She sat down at the table and rested her head in her hands, feeling like some invisible force had drained her of her energy. "Why did he leave without even waking me up?" she thought. It finally dawned on her that she was upset because she had been missing him. She just really wanted to see him and was bitterly disappointed.
Please don't feel sad, Miss Hailey. Your husband dropped by last night to give you this.
Hailey immediately raised her head when she heard what the butler said. Her mouth dropped open as he handed her a cell phone.
He said that you can use this phone if you want to contact him. His number is already saved in there.
Hailey looked at the cell phone in disbelief. She took it from the butler and opened it in silence. She saw the single phone number saved in it, smiled, then hugged the old man briefly before skipping away. Mr. Green watched her go, smiling happily for her. Sitting inside the quiet gazebo, Hailey was deep in thought. She understood that Brad must have some complicated reasons for all this, and she felt bad for being upset with him. However, she found some comfort in telling herself that feeling upset was a normal reaction. Anyway, it seemed as if revealing to him how upset she had been had resulted in a positive outcome. She was happy to know that Brad was actually looking out for her, even though he was not by her side. While she thought about this, she was motivated to work even harder. She breathed deeply and her eyes started to burn with passion and determination. But from time to time, Hailey's attention was drawn to the phone on the table. Her eyes narrowed and she appeared to be considering a certain strategy before commencing battle. But the difficulty was deciding exactly what that strategy would be. She was considering the fact that she couldn't possibly call him whenever she wanted, since she didn't know where he was and what he was doing. What if I call him when he's busy? Or what if he's on the other side of the globe and it's already way past midnight? She thought. Apart from that, Hailey was also having a hard time deciding which of her steps to execute next. But after minutes of thinking and planning, an excited and optimistic smile lit up her face. It seemed she had finally decided on the perfect strategy. Episode 59, The Phone Call. Brad was, in fact, somewhere in Australia. He was sitting in a dimly lit, spacious room surrounded by computers all whirring away, while he quietly stared at a large screen when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Tyler was sitting right in front of the door with the look of a lazy security guard, but when he heard the cell phone, he was immediately on high alert. Nobody would ever call Brad's personal phone at this moment, not even his own grandfather. Therefore, he could only deduce that it was none other than the wife. Tyler moved behind Brad as quick as a flash as he prepared to eavesdrop on the conversation. Brad, on the other hand, watched his phone as it rang for a while before he finally answered.
Hello?
Hailey said. As soon as he heard her sweet voice, Brad was struck dumb. He seemed to forget for a moment that he was supposed to respond.
Hello? Brad?
By the time she said hello a second time, he seemed to wake up. But when he heard her say his name for some inexplicable reason, no words would come out of his mouth.
Hello? Can you hear me?
She persisted. Hearing the word hello for the third time seemed to bring him to his senses once again. But before he could open his mouth to answer, Hailey's gentle voice abruptly sounded again.
Is this my husband, Brad?
Hearing her voice softly calling him her husband stunned him. He was lost for words. This was partly because he had never heard her refer to him like that before.
Brad,
she said again. She called his name for a third time and he finally opened his mouth to speak. But before he had a chance, her voice rang out again.
Thank you for letting me contact you.
Upon hearing this, Brad remained silent. He imagined he was a computer being attacked by viruses, one after another, not giving him the chance to defend himself. Although, in truth, he was reacting slowly as if he were a supercomputer, lagging due to some bug in the system. There was a short silence and he somehow managed to come to his senses once more, but for the fourth time, before he could utter a word, Hailey spoke again, and this time, the attack was lethal.
I miss you,
she said, and the call promptly ended. Brad was in a complete daze. The last attack had been strong enough to shut the computer down entirely. Tyler, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, although he had obviously heard nothing, waved his hand in front of Brad's face to get his attention. But the man remained motionless.
My God, Brad, what did she say? What the hell happened? Wake up. The call already ended without you even saying a word. Are you serious?
Tyler's loud voice echoed around the room. He looked as though he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was so curious about what had been said that he could hardly contain himself. Brad seemed to fall back down to earth, though he just stared blankly at him.
She called my name 3 times, he said.
Tyler frowned for a moment, but soon realized that this was actually quite remarkable. Hailey had never called him by his name, apart from that one time when she was kidnapped.
And,
Tyler continued, eager to hear more.
She called me her husband, he said.
Huh, so what? Was that a big deal? Tyler asked, confused.
It's the first time she's called me that, he explained. "Oh, okay, and?" Tyler asked. "She thanked me," he continued.
"And?" Tyler tried to encourage him.
"She said..."
He hesitated, but Tyler was like a little kid waiting for Christmas as he waited for him to continue.
"Yes,
"And?" he said impatiently.
"She said she missed me,"
Brad said simply. A short silence followed his statement before Tyler could talk again.
"That's all?"
"That's all.
I felt like I was under attack,"
said Brad. Tyler laughed.
"Seriously?"
With that, he rolled on the floor and laughed hysterically, slapping the floor as if he had never heard anything so funny before in his life. Brad just quietly raised his head and stared at the dim light above him. At that moment, he felt something warm stirring inside his chest, and there was a bright flicker in his eyes. Episode 60, The Perfect Strategy. Meanwhile, back at Gray Mansion, Hailey's cheeks were burning by the time she had ended the call. She didn't know what to feel at that moment, especially when Brad had not spoken a single word. She couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Was there something wrong? Was he too busy to talk? She thought. The truth was that since she couldn't decide which steps she should execute next, she had decided to complete them all at once. Besides, she had thought an all-out attack would surely have a greater impact. In addition, part of the reason was that she felt it had been so long since she last undertook a mission. Although she had been worried about failing, she had stuck to her guns and gone ahead anyway. Step number 7 was to call him by his name. She understood the importance of this step, and as Amy said, this step was an effective psychological trick in the art of seduction. But for some unknown reason, Hailey realized she was having a hard time using Brad's name whenever she talked to him in person. She was relieved to discover that it was far easier to use his name over the phone, and she was happy that she had finally found a way to practice using his name. Step number 13 was to appreciate his efforts. Amy had advised her to never underestimate the power of saying thank you for every little thing, however small. Hailey had already thanked the people around her, as it was in her nature, but strangely, she found it hard to express her gratitude toward Brad. It made this step challenging for her. But when she had eventually said thank you to Brad, she found that she was glad of the opportunity to do so. She had wanted to thank him for a while, not just for the cell phone, so that she could call him, but also for the many other things he had done for her since the beginning. And this was another step that she had found easier to execute over phone. Step number 17 was to let him know you're thinking about him. Amy didn't expand on this very much, except to say that it was pretty obvious. So during their phone call, Hailey made sure that he would get her message loud and clear. He would know that she had been thinking about him and that she was missing him, although she didn't realize at the time that she somehow overdid it a little. Step number 6 was to keep interactions short and sweet. Amy, the love guru, recommended that you apply the law of supply and demand to this step for the best results. You have to keep the supply scarce so that the demand increases, was Amy's advice. Hailey executed this step as if she were a drizzle of rain appearing out of nowhere that watered the arid, dry land that was Brad. She had accompanied all steps perfectly, even though they had been carried out so swiftly. And even though she was left wondering at Brad's lack of response and whether he was listening or not, she somehow felt a weight had been lifted, and her world suddenly seemed brighter. She couldn't explain why, but somehow she felt that something good had happened. Even though she received no response, she still felt as though her all-out attack had worked, and progress had been made, giving her both encouragement and incentive to keep moving forward. Episode 61, Texts and Calls. Hailey locked herself in her study to prepare for her upcoming exam. She spent most of the day revising, and in the evening, she decided to think about the next move in her mission. She took out her precious notebook and scrutinized it for a while before settling on the step she decided was the most fitting. Step number 15 was to send him texts throughout the day. Amy had warned Hailey that this step could not be treated as simple, and it needed special effort. This step required her to follow certain rules to make it effective. The first rule was to message him casually. In other words, send a message that somehow appeared laid back, but sweet at the same time. She also advised that it was better not to send messages that were too bold at the beginning. Being mindful of these words, Hailey sent Brad a simple message saying, "Good evening." She added a winking cat emoji. But as soon as she sent it, she began to feel anxious. She stared at her phone, feeling like a teenage girl, waiting for her crush to reply. Suddenly, the phone rang. "What? He's calling?" she thought. She was surprised. She hadn't expected the Iceman to suddenly call in response to a simple text. She quickly recovered from her shock, cleared her throat, and answered the call. "Hello? Brad?" she said.
"Yes, it's me," he replied.
Brad's quick response somehow baffled Hailey. But at the same time, when she heard his voice, she was reminded of how gorgeous it sounded. And suddenly, that was all she could think about. And then it was she who was lost for words. She struggled to think of something to say to him, but she couldn't. She was still thinking about how deep and smooth his voice sounded over the phone. Then she said, "Oh, about yesterday. Were you busy when I called?" That was all she could think to ask.
"I was not,"
Brad replied promptly, which made her frown slightly. This phone call was a world apart from the one yesterday. "Then why did you not say anything yesterday?" she thought. "Is that so?" she asked. Brad uttered in response. "Oh, okay. Anyway, my exam is on Saturday," she said brightly. She was glad she had finally thought of something to say and began to talk casually. When she heard him say, "Do your best," she was happy to hear words of encouragement from him. A bright smile spread across her beautiful face. "Thank you," she said. "And also, I wanted to ask if it's okay for me to call you at the same time tomorrow."
"You can call anytime," he replied.
"What? Anytime? Are you sure?" she asked.
"Sure,"
he said. "Okay." Hailey was surprised by this response. She had not called him again since yesterday because she was afraid she might disturb him. To hear him say that she could call anytime made her smile again. Then something started to bother her. She got a strange feeling that she couldn't shake, and her smile faded. A moment of silence passed before she could speak again. "When will you come home?" she asked, and her voice suddenly sounded despondent. However, what she heard next instantly made her eyes widen in disbelief.
"I'm home,"
he said. "What? Did I hear him wrong?" she thought. Hailey blinked a few times and then raised her head. That strange feeling had been the sensation that she was being watched. As soon as she saw Brad's silhouette standing in the doorway, Hailey was struck dumb. "What? Are you serious? What is this? Why does this feel like some sort of counterattack?" she thought. Episode 62, Back Home. Hailey was speechless for a moment. Her eyes were fixed on the masked man standing in the doorway. She was still holding her cell phone, motionless. But as soon as she heard the dial tone, signaling that the call had ended, she finally snapped awake. She slowly put her cell phone down, and she felt her ears burning as the man started to walk toward her. At that moment, Hailey's emotions were getting ahead of her. Brad's presence was like a "now you see me, now you don't" magic trick, and it was making it difficult for her brain to process anything. As Brad approached, time seemed to slow down for Hailey. Her mind went blank, and she could only watch him inch closer and closer. Somehow, the peaceful yet melancholic atmosphere a moment ago became somewhat dramatic. Brad gazed at Hailey as he slowly walked toward her. She was dressed in a large white t-shirt and sat there unmoving and gazing back at him. It was a scene straight out of a movie. Anyone watching would have thought that they were each longing for the other. However, this picture-perfect scenario didn't last for long. Out of nowhere, the large face of a shameless someone suddenly appeared in front of Hailey, instantly destroying the emotionally charged atmosphere. Tyler was the stereotypical third wheel, happier to witness a couple's brawl than a romantic encounter. He stood and placed himself between the couple so Brad couldn't get any closer.
"Hello, Miss Hailey. I heard you said you wanted to beat the boss. Is that true?"
he asked. Hailey was stunned. What the hell is he talking about? Hailey could have happily beaten Tyler instead. However, when she finally remembered her words that night, she gasped. Her eyes darted around, as if looking for someone. Leo appeared at the door, and Hailey's glare immediately landed on him, causing him to feel a sudden chill. He instantly turned pale. He pressed his palms together and silently mouthed the word, "sorry." His handsome face was apologetic as he retreated like a naughty puppy. When she saw the regret on Leo's face, Hailey could only sigh. Then she cast her gaze toward Tyler, who was looking at her expectantly, as if waiting for a show. "That was..." she began to explain, but she stopped when Brad pulled Tyler away to one side as if he were something inconvenient blocking his way. After that, he stood very close to her and gazed at her intensely.
"Did I upset you?"
he asked. His question embarrassed her, and she felt as if her face was on fire. But she couldn't lie, so she nodded honestly. Looking at her red face, Brad sat beside her and continued,
"If I upset you and you wish to beat me, go ahead."
Hailey's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. What? What did he just say? She thought, stunned. Episode 63, Strange Punishment. What's going on? Hailey thought suspiciously. She wanted to believe that Brad was just kidding, but he wasn't the type to joke around or say anything he didn't mean. What's he playing at? Does he really think I wanted to beat him? Seriously? She thought in disbelief. She was at a loss for words, and her head was spinning. While she struggled to organize her thoughts, Brad sat beside her quietly, like a small child waiting for his punishment. He resembled a statue with his quiet, stone-cold demeanor and his almost unreal physical appearance. Who on earth would beat a man like that, she thought. As she looked at him, she felt a desire to touch him with tenderness. But he seemed to switch from someone cold and lifeless to an adorable beast when he behaved like this. But Hailey overcame her urge to reach out to him, as her brain finally began to operate at full capacity again, and she managed to revert to mission mode. The truth was that she was puzzled by Brad's reaction, and she was still trying to figure out the reason behind it. But the fact that he would have actually let her beat him was certainly a perfect opportunity to execute another step in her plan, regardless of whether he was serious or not. At that moment, the next step you you